and gentlemen, before starting today's webinar, we respectfully request Dato Abdul Qadir as Network Manager of Agua Jaring to give the opening speech. Dato Abdul Qadir, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Madam MC. I hope can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I have problems with my gadget today, so I think my screen is not working well. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope everyone is fine and welcome to this webinar organized by CKNet Indonesia under the Aqua Jaring Southeast Asia. I'm the network manager for Southeast Asia, comprising 8 countries: Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. This is the first event. I would like to congratulate Indonesia for having the first event for this year, and this is the opening of the 2022 event, and it's a very good topic today. These challenges on our protecting our catchment area is a subject that I think related to all countries, and we need to protect our water, and this is where the source comes from, and it's very good opening for this year. So just a bit more on this Aqua Jaring. You can find Aqua Jaring in the net, but the focus area of Aqua Jaring is basically knowledge management, capacity development, and strengthening the partnership. It's under the Catchment. It's under United Nations Development Program, which I would like to
sorry, sir. Your is.
Is it my
Sorry,
mic? Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know where did I lost just now. Anyway, as I say, today the line is not good here in Malaysia, at least for my side. Anyway, I was about to say just now, I repeat back, the Aqua Jaring is about knowledge management, capacity development, and strengthening the partnership. This is under the Catchment of the United Nations Development Program, which the intention is to get all the countries in Southeast Asia, the 8 countries at least, for the start, to have this knowledge sharing and also capacity building to share each and every country's experiences, the success and also non-success stories, so that we can learn together and how we can develop a common ground on protecting our natural resources and zooming into the providing water for everyone, and not to forget the sanitation part of it. So it is a challenge nowadays, especially in the climate change, which is very unpredictable, and we can see a lot of things that's happening around the world. And of course, focus in Southeast Asia, I believe there's still rooms for improvement that we can learn from each other to make sure that we have our sufficient water supply, at least if not for us, it's for our future generation. So we are also embarking into a few more of this similar webinar, which is the Indonesian CKNet has already put up today as an opening curtain for 2022. But please be on the watchful of the future events that we have in store for throughout the whole year on similar subject topic, but it will cover the integrated water resource management, integrated river basin management, and also look at the common areas of water losses that we can learn from our counterparts or our partnering members country. So I'm not going to say long. I would like to congratulate again to CKNet webinar and Ibu Amelia Maud and the eminent keynote speakers as well, respected keynote speakers. I'm sure the participants will benefit from this webinar. And let's look at it. What is more important is to get knowledge. Second is to apply that knowledge and make sure that it happens on the ground, so that we really walk the talk and practice what we preach. And we have to put a solid ground to implement what we have taught is good for the future of the water resources and to supply water to all citizens in our each country. So with that, I thank you again, and I pass back to the Master Ceremony, Ibu Sukmarani, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato Abdul Qadir, for the speech. Next, we will listen to the remarks from Ibu Amelia Makmur as Network Manager of Catchment Indonesia. Ibu Amelia, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Sukmarani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Catchment INA webinar. The first of all, please allow me to greet Datuk Abdul Qadir as Agua Jaring Network Manager who supported for this event. On behalf of Catchment INA and as Network Manager, I would like to express our gratitude to Agua Jaring and Catchment who has sponsored this event and also to Makaveri for sponsoring our documentation. Thank you very much to our keynote speaker and Catchment INA advisor, Bapak Raymond Valian, to our speaker, Ibu Rita Lopa, Bapak Toha Saleh, Bapak Rahmat Taufik, and Bapak David Saputra. Our webinar developed by collaboration of Catchment INA members, Perum Jasa Tirta I, Hasanuddin University, Universitas Indonesia, Krida Wacana Christian University, Radita University, and supported by Sumarekon and Makaveri. Thank you for nice collaboration knowledge network, which align to vision and mission of Catchment INA. The title of today's webinar is The Challenges in Protecting Water Catchment Area. Today, we will learn from all speakers the best practice and the challenges to protect our water catchment area, especially based on Indonesian case study. Protecting our water catchment area is play the important role for our sustainability environment. That's why this topic become more important to discuss. We hope you will learn more and enjoy this webinar. Thank you for all participants and welcome to more than 100 registered participants from Indonesia and 12 countries: Malaysia, Philippines, Uganda, Cambodia, Vietnam, Kenya, Morocco, Zambia, China, Arab States, Burma, Hong Kong, and Timor-Leste. Our participants consist of academics, professional, government, NGO, and practitioners. Because of this pandemic, we conduct this event with online and method. We hope this condition will end soon, so we can meet face-to-face in the future. Stay healthy and stay safe. Enjoy this webinar. Thank you and God bless you all. I return the screen to Ibu Sukma. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the uplifting remarks given by Ibu Amelia Makmur. Now, I invite all of us to turn on our cameras for a while so that we can have a photo session together. I would like to ask Mr. Ade to capture the screen.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sukma. Good morning for the participant. I will have to taking photo in this webinar. In the room Zoom, there are some 4 slides. I will count 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Slide 1. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, and the last one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you. I return to Busuk.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ade. Without any further ado, let's us begin our first session. I will introduce our first moderator, Ms. Anastasia. Anastasia graduated with a Master of Civil Engineering from Trisakti University with water resources as her minor. She has been interested in water since her college days when the late Mr. Yan Yap, who is the former network manager of Catchment Indonesia, inspired her. Currently, besides working at Catchment Indonesia, Anastasia is also active as a trainer at the Ukrida Professional Development Center and a staff member of the International Relations Office at Krida Wacana Christian University. All right, without further ado, the screen is yours, Miss Anastasia.
Thank you, Ibu Sukmarani, for the introduction me. Good morning to all the participants of the Challenges in Protecting Water Catchment Areas webinar. I wish you all in good health. We are here today to listen and learn together with our speakers. But first, we would like to hear from Dr. Raymond Valiandurita, or we usually call him Pak Raymond. To start this session, please allow me to introduce him with his short resume. Mr. Raymond Valian was born in Malang and studied as a Bachelor Water Engineering at Brawijaya University. He took his master studies at the same university by taking the concentration of water resources, and he completed his doctoral studies in 2020 with concentration in land resource management, also in the same university. He started his career at the Faculty of Engineering Brawijaya University, then continued to PT Cipta Alam Anda, a consortium with Sinclair Knight Merged Limited, and briefly to Brawijaya University, then served as a technical director, and now he serves as a president director of Jasa Tirta Satu Public Corporation. He has also received many awards, including State-Owned Enterprise Award with very good predicate as a state-owned enterprise for water resource management as president director in 2020 by Infobank magazine, and BUMN Award with Financial Performance Excellence as President Director in 2020 and 2021 by Infobank magazine. Since Dr. Raymond has 20 minutes to deliver the material for the session, please do not hesitate to drop your questions in Bahasa or English in the chat box. Without further ado, Pak Raymond, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Bu Anastasia. Terima kasih. Our honorable invitees and dear participants, good morning. It's nice to meet you, and I'm happy to join all of you in this fruitful webinar. It's an honor for me to be invited to this webinar. I would like to extend first my appreciation to the international network of Catchment and Aqua Jaring for supporting this event. I kindly mention the Honorable Dato Abdul Qadir as the network manager of Aqua Jaring for his welcoming speech. Also, my respect to the organizing committee from the Indonesian Collaborative Knowledge Network, or abbreviated as Catchment Indonesia. Therefore, I applaud Dr. Amelia Makmur as the network manager of Catchment Indonesia. Our participants, allow me now to briefly present my keynote address. As a keynote, it's supposed not to be long. It must be limited by time and address the points directly. So I won't waste much time then. The title is Current and Future Challenges on Protecting Our River Basins. I hope this presentation will be like a diving board where the participants of this webinar can jump and dive into other materials that will be presented today. I have been informed there are 3 other speakers, and they will present also on watershed issues and river conservation aspects in Indonesia, for sure with a lot of experience and perspectives. I hope you will enjoy this webinar. Let us go to the second slide. First of all, I would like to remind that water resources is a paramount to our living and livelihood. Water is an issue all over the world, and it affects a lot of aspects in our real life. Let's say about health. 800,000 children dies annually due to diarrhea and other waterborne diseases. Annually. And the matter of water supply scarcity is an issue in our real world. 3.6 billion people live in water-stressed regions, and this will increase to 4.8 up to 5.7 billion people in 2050. And if we are talking about health scarcity, we also must address the livelihood that is created within our hydrosphere. People at flood risk areas reaches 1.2 billion. And if the climate is going to change as the scenario that we are now having, then it is expected that flood risk or flood prone areas will reach to 1.6 billion people at 2050. In another issue, the growth of population in the world has created also stress to the water sector. For producing more food, farming has consumed 70% of the human manageable flows in the world. We've also seen that livelihood, stress on the water sector and the environment has created more stressors to our ecosystem. As a matter of fact, since the beginning of the 20th century, approximately 64 to 71% of the world's wetland has deteriorated. This creates another big risk that the environmental destruction, according to the Global Risk Perception Survey conducted by the World Economic Forum in 2020, has put environmental destruction as the biggest risk in our daily life. Dear participants, let us look at this simple graph that was produced by the Global Risk Landscape report by the World Economic Forum. We can see that right in the middle of this diagram, water crisis is an important issue that has both impact and likelihood to happen within our lifetime. We can see that there are other bigger risks looming, like biodiversity loss and also climate action failure. And this risk is amplified through the lens of the water crisis. The water crisis has the same opportunity to happen in our lifetime, as well the same impact that will remain all over the world in the sense of its widespread and also its possibility to occur to all of us. And further on, we are living also in a crisis, water crisis. And I agree with Marilyn Ferguson, a writer. She wrote The Aquarian Conspiracy in 1982, that another strong force for us to change is crisis. We had been going through the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have all seen that the COVID pandemic has changed our livelihood. This webinar is one of the products of being in a crisis, being in a pandemic. We can learn, we can connect, we can study, we can have collaborative networks using the internet, using virtual video conferences. And if we put crisis in a sense, then let's look at the bigger picture of how crisis in the land and water will affect our world. The recent report of the Food Agriculture Organization in 2021, the SOLAR report, we call it, on soil and water, has stated that the world's land and water resources system are being at the breaking point. We can see from this graph that most populated areas are also the most productive areas for food production. And as population grows, in China, India, Northern America, and Western Africa, as well as the middle part of the Balkan states like Georgia, Ukraine, and southern part of Russia, those areas are heavily populated and as well very important to the food production in the world. We remember that last month, there was a military offense from Russia to Georgia and to Ukraine, which in Ukraine affects to our cereal distribution supply chain because a lot of countries import grain from Ukraine. And Ukraine is one of the most developed area where we are using water to plant cereals and especially produces food for other countries. So you can see that most populated area in the world are those who are mostly important in the food production chain. And let's us move to the second slide. The next slide will inform us on the land and water status in relationship to the intensification process. And here it becomes more interesting. Areas where we have seen are fully developed in the agriculture aspect and also densely populated are normally the areas or regions that endure the most change in land use and human-induced degradation of land and water. Populated areas with huge intensive farming where population are dense are mostly affected by human-induced land degradation and also human-induced water resources degradation. Indonesia induced this problem, especially in the Java Island, where 60% of our population lives. I think this issue is also happening in Laos, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, in southern part of India, in the northern part of Bangladesh and Pakistan, in the middle part of the Near East, and also in the northwestern side of North America. You can see also that this creates a pressure in the water sector. Intensively farming, huge population, densely rapid population, urbanization has created more pressure in the water sector. This report from OECD from 2018 has given us a simple graph to show that most populated area with intensive farming with high land use change are also where the water pressure is building up. And we can see that it's not only crisis, but water pressure is also creating conflicts. Our next screen is produced by the Pacific Institute, and this institute has reported that between 2020 to 2021, there are at least 210 cases where conflict is related to water. Water conflict occurs specifically in areas where we had seen in the previous screen were affected by the water pressure. In northern India, west and eastern part of Africa, in the Near East, and as we can see also in Syria, in Georgia, in Ukraine, and also in the southern part of the United States, like places in Florida or California. I hope that Indonesia and the other countries like Myanmar, Philippines, Laos, and also Cambodia, who still have abundant water supply, will not in the near future have a conflict on this water issue. But this is persistent, and we are looking forward that there's a possibility such risk of a conflict is near. Dear participants, let me address then how the water crisis is much related to climate change as well. First, the World Water Forum in 2022 has predicted that in the next 20 years, there will be an increase of 55% on water demand. That in the next 20 years, We also predict there's a possibility of a 50% increase in in carbon dioxide emissions. This is related to greenhouse gases. So we can see that both of this increase will affect the water availability. It is expected in the next 20 years that approximately 40% of the water availability for the people in most areas in the world will decrease. And however, the water sector is always energy intensive. I give you an example of the case in Jordan, which was discussed in the World Water Forum 2022. The gross national energy consumption in relation to the energy used for water supply was about 14% in 2015. So in Jordania, in 2015, 14% of the electricity supply was used to distribute water. In another 8 years, approximately in 2030, this is expected to grow to 25%. We can say that 25% of the energy, especially electricity in the Jordan case, in 2030 will be used to distribute water. And if we put this in a smaller perspective, at the municipal level, most cities in the Jordan area consumes about 30% of their electricity to distribute water. That was in 2015. So there's a possibility that in 2030, electricity consumption for supplying water will increase from 30% to 60% of the total energy consumption at the municipal level. Our participants who are working for municipal water supply companies in Indonesia can understand that the most precious or the most important price factor in distributing water is not actually creating the clean water, but the price of energy to distribute water. And another perspective, allow me now to introduce briefly how the river basins in Indonesia are also at risk. Blue water availability in Indonesia is quite high, 16,700 cubic meters per capita per annum. We are blessed with a lot of water. But to the uneven distribution of population, 60% of the population in Indonesia lives in Java, Madura, and Bali. That can be measured then into another crisis, how the water supply can be available to such densely populated island. Blue water in Java Island is only 1,600 cubic meters per capita per annum. So it's a slight 10% of the whole potential that's available in Indonesia. This is due to the uneven distribution of population. Indonesia is blessed with a lot of water, but demographically, it's constrained to a few islands and to a few river basins. The Brandas River Basin, for example, has 17,000 million people as its inhabitants, has the same population like the Netherlands, and it has the same population as combined of Belgium and Luxembourg and Monaco. So only the river basin in Java can amplify us the example of how water crisis is happening. And on the next slide, we can see that the crisis factor at the river basin level is also related to land use change. Most of the land owned by the people are basically unevenly distributed among region and also among river basins. Indonesia endures a deforestation at an exemplary rate. It used to be about 107% between 2005 to 2010 as compared to the previous 5 years, 2000 to 2005. Recently, I've been informed that this deforestation rate has slightly been reduced, but land use change is not easy to be recuperated. We can see that at most river basins in Indonesia, this issue remains. Another photo at the next slide will show us that land use change happens all over the catchment areas, and conservation is then important. The next slide also shows that solid waste and also wastewater are another issue at densely populated river basins. And if I can go further, the Jasa Tirtawan experience, for example, in the Brantas River Basin shows that our reservoirs, our water bodies are choked with non-biodegradable waste by paper products, by glass. And eutrophication is evident here and there at most water bodies, not only in Java, but also other islands in Indonesia. So where do we go now? There are a lot of possibilities that we can do. A global climate initiative paper presented at the World Water Forum in 2022 has shown us that a lot of countries are now trying to do something with their water sector. Mexico has tried to reduce the greenhouse emissions from the wastewater system and the water distribution system. The same as in Peru, Thailand, Jordan. Laos is now trying to develop clean energy initiatives, low carbon initiatives by creating hydroelectric power plants. And this hydroelectric power plants is expected to reduce 30% of the greenhouse emissions. So what can we do? Where are we going now? I think hydro solidarity at the river basin scale is the key. The term hydro solidarity describes an increasingly integrated approach to the managing water resources that relies heavily on participation and coordination among not only the government, but also community stakeholders, water-related management agencies, and local, state, and national governments. So how we can manage water at the basin level, how we can conserve, we must coin the term hydro solidarity. And the future is very bright. The future opens a lot of possibilities. Let me give an example about a recent concept that's being developed and intensively being researched for the China case. The Sky River. It's a high frequency of water vapor coinciding with the intertropical convergence zone that circulates around the equatorial region. This is a very high water vapor stream that moves along the equatorial region. And the People's Republic of China is now exploring the Sky River to optimize its agriculture sector. As we know, China is divided by the famous Yu line. We can see this line on the right side of our presentation, that 2/3 of the People's Republic of China area is actually less watered, and 1/3 is much more watered due to the big rivers like the Huanghe, Shangho, and other rivers. And this means that most of the population in China lives in 1/3 area of this country. Water becomes limited, competition is higher, and people are researching now in the People's Republic of China to use the Sky River in order to put more precipitation from the air into the soil and create this vapor a basic for agriculture strength. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, allow me now to conclude. First, that water in its interrelatedness to various environmental aspects in our geosphere will determine the human future. Risk in the water sector is looming as one of a major global risk. while land and water is moving along to a breaking point. This is an important issue. We are moving to a breaking point. Challenges in the water sector is present, and it requires a direct action as environmental risks are amplified through this lens. We have now seen that new approach is necessary. Hydro solidarity must be a conversational aspect in managing land and water at the river basin level. Everybody lives within the river basin. And it's our time to conserve for the future. Therefore, I close my keynote presentation with the hope that we all here, the water professionals, the water researchers, those who are interested in the water sector, will put in mind that conservation at the river basin is necessary for the future. If it's not us, then who will start this? It's a matter of being aware that we are living in a hydrosphere. Thank you for your attention. Have a fruitful webinar today, and I hope that you will enjoy the presentations. And I think that what we have discussed can be useful. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Raymond, for the presentation in hydro solidarity at bioeconomy of our river basin. Now we will proceed to the question and answer sessions. Since we only have quite a limited time for Q&A, please do not hesitate to drop your questions, or anybody maybe want to directly ask Pak Raymond. Would you please raise your hand to ask Pak Raymond directly? Okay. Maybe while we are waiting for questions, Pak Raymond, I want to ask you about World Water Forum that you has attended with Minister a few days ago in Dakar 2022. Because the participants mostly from academician, what is the important message that can share for us in here for academician for the next what we have to do related this water crisis?
One message of the World Water Forum this month in Senegal was that crisis is real near. Crisis is near real, and the trigger is our environmental destruction and human coordination, relationship between countries is required to conserve water. In 2024, the World Water Forum will be held in Bali, in Indonesia. And we are trying now to work out and to show that there's a lot of possibilities for other countries to learn from the Indonesian experience. In Bali, for example, nature is strengthened in the management process of water. We know the Trihita Karana, the relationship between God, people, and environment. I think we need to go back to such issues, cultural strength, to reassemble, reassort our valuation of water and how cooperation is possible to be done at the goodwill between countries and within river basins. I think that is what I can answer, Bu Anastasia, and there's a question already in the chat box.
Yeah, Pak Raymond, Bapak Setio Permono from PJT1, Pak, regarding to the term of one river, one management system that oftenly used. Could you explain to us, Mr. Raymond, about what is the plans or practice among government institutions, especially in Indonesia, to support this? For example, the land functional shift under forestry department near the water resources.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Setio. the water sector in Indonesia, fairly to say, is intended to be integrated, but in the practice, it's still fragmented. So between land, water, forestry, and land use change, there may be various organizations or governmental institutions be responsible for it. So being fragmented creates problems, and the government has tried to make a coordination body to decipher this fragmentation and to create cooperation between sectors. But as we have known that coordination is easier to be said than to be done. Well, for certain river basins, such coordination body has worked, especially to distribute and allocate water. But for conservation, as land shift is happening in a lot of river basins in Indonesia, especially in Java, it is required to have more than just a coordinating body. Initiatives need to have a political support. And I think, Pak Setio, that is required by creating good relationship between entities, organization, and the government. And that is what possibly Jasa Tawan is trying to do in its river basins, creating strategic alliance in order to at least address certain issues in land shift and also water issues related in the river basin. It may not be much currently, but we can do better in the future by maintaining strategic alliances, creating understanding on important issues, and driving the local government to conserve more. I think that's what I can answer. Pak Setio, Bu Anas, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Raymond, for the answers. And then the second one, questions from Mr. Jemuel Perino from Catchment. Is there any collaborative program on river basin management ongoing between Indonesia and the Philippines?
Well, Mr. Jemuel, nice to hear you again after so many years. I hope you are well in the Philippines. I do not have yet any information on collaborative programs at the river basin level between the Philippines and Indonesia, except the network of Asian River Basin Organizations, or NARBO, that was instituted by the Asian Development Bank and five countries in 2003 or 2004. So further on, I have not yet been informed on any collaborative programs, but it's possible to be done. And because it is a relationship between two countries, I think both the Philippine side and the Indonesian side needs to acquire first agreement between both countries at the technical level, at the ministry, in order to introduce twinning or river basin twinning between both countries. River basin twinning is a possibility to be done as a matter of collaborative platform where both sides can learn from each other. And if the Philippine side is interested to do so, then I think it will be necessary to communicate with the Philippine government. And then from the Philippine government, it must be introduced then to our government to make this possible at the working or operating level. I think that's what I can answer. Thank you, Jamal.
Yeah, Mr. Jemuel said, nice to see you again after the Myanmar training.
So many years ago. It was in 2010. It's 12 years more.
Yeah. Thank. Okay, for the next questions from Mr. Masbah Siregar. How to measure all the technical parameters in river basin, Pak Raymond?
Pak Siregar, Pak Siregar or Ibu Siregar? Well, thank you for putting the technical issues in this discussion. I think technically there are a lot of parameters available. We can use scientific approaches to create parameters, but operational parameters are more easier to be used. Normally, we measure the land change shift by percentage. We try to maintain as much as canopy cover over the soil. We try also to ensure that water supply remain constant at a certain probability along the year. We also use water quality parameters to ensure that the water distribution within a river basin is fulfilling its requirements, its quality requirements. We can also use differences in hydrological aspects like the ratio between discharge during the high seasons and the low seasons to give an impression about how the watershed is working. So there is a lot of parameters. I think it's possible to use the most operable parameters for water distribution, land cover, and water quality as intended for each river basin. The more parameters, it will be more difficult to measure, but basic parameters like hydrological aspects, land cover aspects, or water quality, in accordance to my experience, is sufficient to measure performance of a river basin. I think that's what I can answer, Pak atau Ibu Siregar. Thank you, Anastasia.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Raymond, for answer the participants' questions. Maybe I give one more questions. I give one more chance to participants to ask directly to Mr. Raymond. You can use feature raise hands on the below. Okay, maybe.
I think maybe it's clear, yeah?
Yeah.
I hope it's clear.
Clear for us. Okay. Oh, okay. There is a question from Mr. Jem again. Talking about hydro solidarity in river basin management seems similar to participatory river basin management. Is this the case, Pak Raymond?
Mostly yes, but I think hydro solidarity is like a term that encompasses not only participation, but also cooperation and coordination. Being in a solidarity means that we understood the requirements of other people who are living in different parts of the basin. Hydro solidarity means that those who are living upstream consider those who are living downstreams. And those who are living downstreams understand the importance of people in the upstream, that those in the stream and off the stream will have interrelatedness, that the economy of a river basin is a product of cooperation and collaboration between various parts, various activities by the people in the basin. So hydro solidarity is more like a term where all of the people, either in the upper part, lower part, in the stream, off the stream, being people who create a value chain in the river basin, are working together. For densely populated river basins like Berantas, Bengawan Solo, Citarum, or probably Mesuji Sekampung, this is a term that can be used to amplify the already existing coordination cooperation. So, Mr. Jamal, I think that participatory river basin management, I think, is a technical term in creating participation, but it's also necessary to have more than participation. That means cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. For sure, the Indonesian people are important. we always neglect this people, this group of people. Indigenous are those who are living normally upstream or along the riverside. I think that putting them into the limelight, giving them a platform to talk and to be active and to be supported is also necessary as part of a hydro solidarity start for a river basin. I think, thank you. That's what I can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. And
if
then
there's no other question, then I
Yeah.
think this keynote session is over. We still have a lot of time for other presenters then.
Yeah, maybe one more questions from Mr. Jamuel again. How will the indigenous people benefit from the use of the resources? Thank you, Pak Raymond.
Buanas, I have answered already that indigenous people plays an important part. Normally, those who are not giving a proper place in the platform of cooperation. Yeah, I think that they're important. How we can give them a platform, putting them in the limelight to hear, to participate with them, will be a good step in creating hydro solidarity within the basin.
Okay, thank you for everyone. At this time, I would like to conclude several important points regarding the session that has been delivered by Pak Raymond. At first, the states of the world's land and water resources for food and agriculture systems are at the breaking point. The current patterns of agricultural intensification are not proven sustainable. And regarding the World Water Forum in 2022, in the next 20 years, demand will increase by 50%, but the water availability decreased by 40%. So it is possible that conflict-related water is increasingly in the next few years. But the good news is hydro solidarity apparently is a part of integrated approach to manage the conflict that relies heavily on collaboration, coordination, good relationship between stakeholder from upper or lower, and that's what we need to address against the water crisis. Maybe that's all I can say. I will return it to MC Ibu Sukmarani for the next activity.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for the insightful session today. Next, we will have a break for 5 minutes. Please use this 5 minutes time to get coffee or tea. Maybe we can stretching, going to the toilet, and other things. Enjoy the break.
biasa sore. Inamgo bikinnya biasa sore.
Mari bangkit dari masa lalu men, beri warna baru lagi dalam frame, bikin lagi goal seperti games. Microphone teriakan chance, we are the king for the land to one day. One side, one feel and one pride. Young people, one way, one spirit, one nation. Singa tak tidur seharian penuh bangun dan hasilkan lagi banyak peluh. Jadilah juara tanpa banyak keluh, kita semua adalah juara baru. Why do mama itu far? Why do mama itu far? Bila dong tanya ku siapa dari mana, kas tahu tong ini Papua. Kalau dong kasih dong punya, kas tunjuk lagi tong punya. Gomberai saya dari lepas gombe pago manta anima.
Kau nao ya rabe soren doreli muflenso bani nema baki pose harapabe aswara kuat harapabe aswara kuat.
Welcome back to the participants in the challenges in protecting water catchment areas. We will proceed to the next session. The next session will be led by Miss Bella as the moderator. Before I leave it to Miss Bella, allow me to introduce Miss Bella. Miss Bella has completed her master's degree in civil engineering at Gajah Mada University with a major in water resources engineering. Her interest in large water structures such as reservoirs started with the idea that water is so much needed in society and reservoir can be an effective solution. not only to prevent flooding during the rainy season, but also to provide an adequate supply of water to the community. Now, Bella is a civil engineering lecturer at Pradita University in the field of water resources engineering. Her interests and her research experience that has been carried out, especially in sedimentation. The screen is yours, Miss Bella.
Thank you, Bu Sukma. Good morning. Welcome to the second session of Challenges on Protecting Our Water Catchment Area webinar. My name is Bella, and I'll be serving as your moderator for the second session today. You'll be hearing a presentation from three speakers in a row, Bu Rita, Pak Toha, and Pak Taufik on this very timely subject. But before we get started, allow me to introduce the speakers. Firstly, Bu Rita. Her expertise is in the areas of river engineering, river restoration, and water resources engineering. Burita has completed her doctoral study at Kyushu University, Japan. Her career began as a flood control specialist at Yogyakarta and Indah Karya. Then she worked as a civil engineering lecturer at Universitas Hasanuddin until now. Her career in education did not stop only as a lecturer, but from 2016, she is appointed as the head of hydraulic laboratory at Universitas Hasanuddin. Also, in the same year of 2016, she became a water resources and irrigation management coordinator in Collaborative Knowledge Network INA, Universitas Hasanuddin. Secondly, Bapak Toha. He is expert in the areas of water and environment. He has completed his last studies at University of Technology of Champagne, France. He is a researcher and lecturer in the field of water and environment at Universitas Indonesia. He conducts various research related to water resources engineering, hydrology analysis, flood management, and many more. He is also the consultant on many projects for decades. His involvement in many projects such as in Tembaga Prasepi River and water management, in the hydrology analysis and design section assigned by Freeport collaborates with the Lembaga Teknologi UI and many more. Last but not least, Mr. Taufik, with the area of expertise in architecture and urban planning. Mr. Taufik has more than 20 years of experience and has won many awards in architecture and urban design projects. His projects include real estate design, commercial, office, and so many more. He worked as an architectural designer in Thomas Group, New York, for 3 years. Then he moved to Arconim and became the head of design. But it doesn't just stop there. His career gets even more bigger by becoming the general manager planning and design in Summarecon Agung. And now he becomes the lecturer and the head of the urban planning department at Universitas Pradita. Next, I have a few housekeeping notes. First, if you have any questions for the speakers to answer, please use the chat feature in the Zoom webinar. Second, each speaker today will have 30 minutes for the presentation. However, we will hold questions until the end of this session, and I will then read the chosen question out loud for the speakers to answer as time permits. Now, let's please welcome our first speaker, Bu Rita. The topic will be about problems and needs at Jenebrang River, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. As we know, one of the major problems happening in rivers is sedimentation and also other problems like the change of land use and others. Rita here will present about the problems and how we're going to handle it. Rita, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for moderator Ibu Bella. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning.
Salam.
Now I would like to present Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Could you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How about the slide? Could you see the slide?
Yes. Yes. I can see the slide.
Okay. Yeah. Now I would like to present about challenging to protect our water catchment area in case Jeneberang River Basin, and entitled the Jeneberang River Catchment Problem and Research Needs. Many specialists has already been published as a dissertation report by the Foundation for Research Development, and this presentation contains an overview of the deliberation which occur during one-day promotion session, which was held directly after the promotion. And the main objectives were to characterize the ecological problems within the catchment and provide some basis for future research and management activities. I tried to synthesize the presented information, have indeed provided the water research community with some useful forethought. The presentation should therefore become an infallible addition to the growing record of contribution on the Jeneberang River and its catchment. Let's do the next slide. This the Jeneberang River catchment area. Land is not level, and the topography consists of plain land and mountains. But rainwater is very high from mountain top of a highland, and land flows on the slopes, and this flowing water accumulates on a plain area. Next. Okay, but there is a problem. Too much sediment and land use change and enhancement distribution of degraded land, residential area along the river, and other water sources. So the 75 kilometers Jeneberang River already has sand pocket, dam facilities in the downstream, but consolidation dam in the middle stream and Sabo Dam series in upstream. So it is considered quite effective in suppressing the rate of sediment movement after the landslide. Now, let's change to the next slide, please. Okay. This is a mountain, Bawakarain, Mount of Bawakarain. After landslide, too much sediment, and it can increase erosion and sedimentation in the river, causes swallowing and reduce capacity water spooler of Jeneberang River. Next. Yeah, if you look at the picture, there are Lancashire village in the upstream, and the avalanche of Mount Bawakarain before collapse in 2004, and if we compare after collapse in 2004, below we can see the collapse slope here, and the width of the river is more wider. 500 until 600 meters. Before it collapsed in July 2002, you can see the Mount Balkarine is very beautiful. This mountain is very famous in South Sulawesi of Indonesia. Now, 17 years after landslide and intensive handling still cause problem, as well as local scoring abrasion on top gas and flow patterns that are still difficult to control and control. Next, you can see in this figure how the local scoring and abrasion on the top gas and flow pattern. Next. Yeah, you can see. We can compare before collapse on July 7, 2001 and March 25, 2004 and September 7, 2006. But until now, 17 years. Yeah, 17 years after landslide. Can increase erosion and sedimentation in the river and causes swallowing and reduce capacity water spouler of General Berang River. If we look the volume of sediment, there are 300 million cubic meters collapse to the river, and there are 201 million cubic meters unstable deposits. So amount to 201 million cubic meters unstable deposit. Where did the sediment go? Due to collapse Mount Balkarine, causing sedimentation that enters Jeneberang River amount 167.2 million cubic meters and enters the Bili-Bili Reservoir. Next, about 75.2 million cubic meters. Okay. If we look the concept approach in the area in Balkarine caldera, we must make a research, geological investigation and monitoring of caldera about unstable sediment deposit. Next, we can see, okay, next. Yeah, what can be done under catchment development? Developing counters in the level, developing a small dam, constructing small lake or a barn, leveling a lot of land under catchment area, and plantation of trees surrounding the area. But for plantation of trees surrounding the area, we plant in upper ridge, lower ridge, and in lower river section. Okay, next. What is water catchment protection, precaution reaction, procedures, or installation undertaken to prevent or reduce harm to the environmental integrity of drainage areas used to catch water such as reservoir or basin. And in the reservoir, we now in the Jeneberang River catchment, we setting of river boundaries. We setting of river boundaries as an effort so that the protection, use, and control of resources. And the aim is the function of the river is not disturbed by the activities that develop around it. The destructive power of river water to its environment can be limited. And the third is utilization activities and effort to increase the value of the benefit of resources in the river can provide optimal result while maintaining the preservation of river and lake function. Okay. Now, there is a number of strategies aimed at protecting our Jeneberang River catchment. First, the first is undertaking catchment risk assessment. We try to research how to analyze the surface life of reservoirs that have been built in view of sediment movement behavior and how the pattern of sediment movement in the reservoir to reduce sediment around the bottom setback because the debris flow occurrence control works which and a verification of topographical engineering that produce maximum reservoir surface life is reviewed from the behavior of sediment movement. So monitoring of debris flow movement or improvement of warning and evacuation system. We also know the economic life of the reservoir is the period that counts as the normal surface life of the reservoir until the entire dead reservoir is fully filled by sedimentary deposit and the intakes are fully covered by sediment. So we try to research next. Yeah. And the results show the Bilibili reservoir is no longer operable, i.e. elevation plus 68. And the surface life of the Bilibili reservoir is only 50% of the life of the plant if spatial handling is not carried out. This is the undertaking catchment risk assessment by our student. This is the result. The result shows that sediment movement pattern in the dead reservoir is 12.38% and the effective reservoir 85.04% and the flood reservoir is 2.58%. And the second, the strategies aim to protect our catchment is planning and development controls. There are 7 Sabo Dam in Upper Reach. Yeah, there are 7. So for improvement of crossing road, water seat conservation, and so on. But we applying the 7 of Sabodam is a closed type Sabodam. So we try to apply open type Sabodam in the upstream of the existing Sabodam series by in the hydraulic laboratory. We try to research about this, and the energy of debris flow movement can be lower than before. We try to install Sabodam plant location upper before the 7 closed type Sabodam. Okay, the location is here. Yeah, and it showed new empirical formula of flow energy reduction. This is research by our student Bapak Hairudin. Okay. And the strategic aims, the third strategic aim is waterway monitoring, protection and rehabilitation. We know in Jeneberang River, there are 7 closed type Sabodam and 5 consolidation dam. Now in point 2.3, there is consolidation dam rehabilitation and sediment control for ground seal in point CD3. Okay, next. Into point 4.12 needs rehabilitation for consolidation dam, and in the point 2.32 needs rehabilitation. And the third strategist aim is prevention of soil erosion. Maybe vegetative model, we need research to vegetative models. It can be protect the soil from the destructive power of raindrops, protect the soil from destructive power of surface water, improve soil infiltration capacity, improve soil structure and fertility. Maybe in upper ridge and lower ridge, we need to install the plantation. How the tree can prevention of soil erosion? Tree is a regulator of the water system, and tree can help the deposit, the sediment of deposit. The trees as controlling erosion and sedimentation. Because if no trees here, we look at it, no trees here, the deposit sediment can flow with the transported sediment. And planting cover crops in lowland, maybe such as Colopogonium ceruleum, Serenoides, and pabescens, Peuraria javanica, Thunbergiana, and Pseudodes, and so on. And in the moderate land, such as Cotlaria genesia, Acacia filosa, Lysania, Sesbania, Dysnosia candida, Flaminia consista, and in highland, we should plant various wood or timbers. And planting grass, this is a recommended grass such as Paspalum notatum, Bracharia bisanta, Bracharia decumbens, Penicitum barperium, and Panicum muticum. This for prevention of soil erosion, or make a terrace model, just like make a hole in dead end channel, and the height of 40 centimeters and the width is 40 centimeters. Okay. Another models is bioengineering model researched by our student Arsuni Ali Mustari. This is a hexagonal precast block. In the center, we make a hole for plant or planting growth. It's installed in Twin Bridge near Jeneberang River, and another research bioengineering technology using Vetiveria sisanoides, or in Indonesia familiar is vetiver. Yeah, the result demonstrated that average reduction of erosion rate using vetiver for 103 millimeter per hour can reduce 84.97%. It's very big. Okay, next. Okay, the fifth strategy is aimed to protecting our catchment area is community education. Community education here is such as reservoir community forum, river care community. Yeah, community education encompasses all those occupation and approach that are concerned with running education and development programs within local community. Why local communities? Because local people are in the best position to identify community needs and wants. Yeah, next. And the sixth strategies is restricting recreation activity. Yeah, to maintain the health and water quality of catchment and reservoir, there are restrictions on the activities permitted in the recreational areas available to the community. Because community can study self-determination, self-help, leadership development, localization, and so on. And the last is promoting awareness of the impact of human activity on our water quality. Yeah, human activities affect both water quality and quantity. Human activities change land use and land cover, We change the water balance and usually change the relative importance of processes that control water quality. This is, yeah, 6 human activities, just like agriculture. Agriculture is huge contributor to water pollution. And fossil fuel production, sewage, pharmaceuticals, development, climate change, and so on. So we need responsiveness. Public institution have a responsibility to develop programs and services that respond to the continually changing needs and interests of their constituent. That's all. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Ibu Bella.
Okay, thank you, Rita, for the explanation about Jenebrang River, the Blibli Reservoir, how to handle it, and many more explanations. And it turns out that there are already a number of questions collected for Ibu Rita. But for participants waiting for answers, we will save these questions until we start the Q&A session. So if you still have a question for Ibu Rita, you still have a chance to ask. Moving along to our second speaker, Mr. Toha, Bapak Toha. If we already heard about the issues, problems, and recommendations at Jenebrang River, Mr. Toha here will be speaking to us on issues and challenges in Musi River Basin. If you have any questions for Mr. Toha, don't forget to write it in the chat box. Mr. Toha, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bella. And good morning, good beautiful morning for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and also not only Mr. Datuk Abdul Karim, and also Bapak Raymond Valian as the guest speaker and team speaker, and also presenters, Bu Rita, Pak Taufik, Pak David, and also for the committee of this webinar. Okay, I would like to share screen if you might allow me to share screen. Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice clearly, and can you also see my presentation?
Yes, Pak Toha, you can see the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the confirmation. Right, my name is Toha Saleh. I'm from Universitas Indonesia, Faculty of Engineering, actually in Civil Engineering Department. Yeah, I teach several water-related subjects, yeah, including the policy study related to it. So basically, what we recently do is try to explore and also to broaden the study field area up to Palembang or Sumatera Selatan area, which is we will have this kind of proposed policy study later on, yeah? Because there are many study or many research regarding the issues and challenges, yeah, regarding the Musi River Basin, which is I will present a little later. But the thing is, how are we going to formulate the policy that related to those? Okay. Okay. My title for today's presentation is Issues and Challenges in Musi River Basin, South Sumatra, Indonesia. Yeah. For those who hasn't know about the Sumatra, yeah, maybe I will explain later. Yeah, especially for the Musi River Basin. Okay, this is my outline for today's presentation. Yeah, sorry, I have to remove. Okay, first of all, I would like to make some introduction regarding the area of Musi River Basin and also some aspects related to it and issues and challenges in River Musi, Musi River Basin, yeah, and also some recommendation that already formulated typically, yeah, for the case of Musi River Basin. Okay, I would like to show some videos, yeah, recently about the development of Musi River Basin related, especially in Palembang city in South Sumatra. Palembang is the capital city for South Sumatra, yeah. And currently, the last February, and also in the December 25th, yeah, actually it's Christmas Day, yeah. Palembang also experienced massive floods, yeah, and inundated almost about 30% of the area, yeah. And then I will show you a bit some videos related to it, which I collected from YouTube. So I just have to share. Okay. First, this one. This is the flood situation in Palembang, in the city of Palembang, which from the information, normally this area not so often experience the flood with this height. And they address one issues there about how to complete the physical work about the retention pond and retention area. Okay, I just have to skip. Another one is.
Palembang direndam banjir. Inilah titik lokasi banjir di Palembang. Hujan yang mengguyur Palembang sejak Sabtu 25 Desember 2021 dini hari mengakibatkan banjir di mana-mana karena tak ada saluran pembuangan air. Sejumlah masyarakat tak bisa beraktivitas karena jalanan tergenang banjir. Banyak titik banjir di Palembang, hampir seluruh kecamatan. Bahkan beredar titik banjir yang masuk ke grup WhatsApp. Info lokasi banjir serta ketinggiannya adalah Jalan RE Marta Dinata depan BNI Lemabang ketinggian 50 cm, Jalan Sersan KO Badarudin hingga SMA 5 ketinggian 70 cm hingga 1 meter, Yayasan 1 ketinggian 50 cm, Jalan Arafuru ketinggian 70 cm, depan Masjid Ajendem hingga Gereja Ayam Sekojo ketinggian 1 meter, Jalan RW Mongon Sidi ketinggian 80 cm, Presiden Abdul Rozak ketinggian variatif 50 cm hingga 1 meter, Demang Lembar Daun, Jalan Jenderal Sudirman, dan Sekip.
Okay, I think the last one is about the confoliation. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome to my daily disaster news channel. The information in this video shows an incident on December 25th, 2021, Palembang, Indonesia.
Datang ke Palembang langsung kebanjiran. Ini sungai ini meluap. Oh, wow.
mana bidang? Wah, ada lewat dia. Wah, mana? Gua bidang apa? Ah, dah. Aduh. Kiri.
And the flood here up and the most important thing that when you have this kind of practice up here.
Harus berat tuh.
Okay, I think now you can see the link after the presentation.
Ya apa misalnya?
On the presentation, and there is another link related to the Palembang flooding recently. Okay.
Nah, banjir nih di depan Kos Daas, Jalan Teratai 2. Setinggi betis sampai lutut.
Okay, we go back to my presentation. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Well, the basic information about the river Musi River, yeah, or its basin. Yeah, it's located in the South Sumatra. Yeah, this is the Sumatra Island in Indonesia, and this is actually the province of South Sumatra. Okay, and then the river basin is managed by or administered by Balai Besar Wilayah Sungai Sumatera. Yeah, 8. This is actually organized by Public Works, Ministry of Public Works and Housing. But there's also another administrator which is related to the conservation area and public policy, which is involving BPDAS. This is also the authority in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Yeah, and the length of the river is about 750 kilometers, which is the largest river in Sumatra actually. Yeah, because you can see from the map here, this is also the Palembang or the South Sumatra is also the biggest area in the Sumatra Island. Okay, the catchment area up to 54,000 square kilometers. And but in other report, in other study, it's up to reach close to 60 square kilometers. Yeah. Still have to confirm because it's very related to the how you're going to include the areas around the catchment. Because part of the river basin, South Sumatra, is also the river basin also includes the Jambi province. Yeah, I think, and also the Bengkulu province. Yeah, some of them are from part. This is the Bengkulu province and also the Jambi province, which some of the area is also distribute water to the river Musi. The depth is quite various. Yeah, we talk only mostly in the area of the central Palembang. Yeah, between 10 to 25 meters. Yeah, because this Musi River also used by the people there to as a transport system. Yeah, using boats and also large ships. It rivers disembogue or empties to Musi River. Yeah, you can see from the system, which is also I will show you later on the distribution of 8 rivers and also the sub-catchment. And so it collects most of the area from the upper part to the downstream area. So if you see the detail here, this is actually the delta area, yeah, which is zoomed in here, yeah, and then leads to the strait, yeah. And then since the characteristic of Sumatra Island, yeah, they have mountainous area in this section, yeah. In this section, they have a mountainous area, so it's quite a long way to the downstream area or to the sea. Okay, but for several provinces in this Sumatra, it's like Bengkulu, Sumatra, West Sumatra. Yeah, they have a very short area, which is consequences in the slope of itself of the river there in the area. Okay, this is the 5 zones that already divided. This is based on the JICA project a few years ago, and they divided at least 5 zones of Musi River Basin, which is the mountainous zones, which is in this area, yeah, in the upstream, the most upstream part, which is the zone of the mountainous area. And then Pitman zone, a bit below to the mountainous zone. Yeah, this is between mountain and central plains. Yeah. Okay, dominated by hills. Yeah, there, and also the central plains is about in this section in the middle. Yeah, which is also where the Palembang city is close to. Yeah, this is the Palembang city, and also the inland wetlands in surrounding area, yeah. And mostly along the rivers, Musi rivers or other rivers that also contribute waters to the river of Musi. And the last part is the lowest part, the downstream part. This is coastal plains. This is mostly the lowland area and delta area. Okay, if we see the slope, as I mentioned earlier, the hilly area is up to 45%, yeah, and then in the flat areas it's up to 8%, mostly dominated by from central plains to the delta area. So the orientation based on the map, yeah, it's quite to the north area. So the river flows to this direction. Okay. Okay, this is several catchments, sub-catchment in the Musi River Basin. There are at least 22 sub-catchment with the main 8 main rivers, yeah, including the Musi rivers. Yeah, there are several rivers here, as you can see in the map. They divided by color zoning, yeah. And you can see the detail maybe afterwards. Yeah, but the thing is that I would like to show you here that this massive catchment is really complex system, yeah? And then there are at least 22 sub-catchment that should be managed. Yeah, this is the big issues and problems regarding the if we talk about integrated river management. Okay. And for the aspect here, I will start with the hydrological aspect. Yeah, which is we talk about the climate in general, which is the rainfall here. And in 1989, the public works study addressed about 2,800 millimeters, the rainfall. Yeah. But if we see the current data with the current reports from the weather-atlas.com here, for annual rainfall is up to the maximum is about 170 millimeters. Yeah. But meaning that the currently in total about 1,200 up to 1,500 millimeters annually. Okay, and this is also confirmed in yearly distribution from 2004 up to 2015. The distribution of the rainfall is quite similar. Yeah, there are some the range between 70 up to 130 up to 150 millimeters. Okay, this is the maximum reports. And regarding the, of course, this is also related to the rainfall data, which is can create or affecting the debit or the discharge of the Musi River Basin. There are at least the fluctuation between the dry season and the rainy season. In Indonesia, we only have 2 seasons, the dry season and rainy season. Yeah, and the gap or the fluctuation between the rainy season and the dry season is quite high. It's up to 1,500 cubic meter per second. Okay. This is when you can see the fluctuation here from the highest one to the lowest one. Yeah. And mostly the lowest one, as you see in the distribution of the rainfall, dominated in around June up to September. Okay, and there's also a study related to the conversion of the rainfall to the debit, the discharge. Yeah, it's also simulated that the capacity, the design capacity of the river itself, it's quite below of the design rainfall. I mean, the capacity, naturally, and also basically they can only providing the debit or the discharge, which is mostly around 2,700 cubic meter per second. Okay, and in the lower part, Musi also affected by tides. Yeah. In several times, the water from the delta, from the estuaries, can also distribute the flow to the up to about 20 kilometers to the intercity. Okay. So basically, from this study, even though we only have 5 years return periods, it's already causing actually a lot of discharge, which should be managed properly, and then we need to prepare the system that can convey this kind of debit. And for the flood simulation, it's also be run, and then it is affected at least this kind of area. If you see here, the dark blue here is the main stream, and then the rest are the surrounding area which share the same level here. It would be damaged or affected by flood in the area. And land use, sorry, we haven't changed the language yet, but I will explain here. The land use of the river basin, the Musi River basin, it's dominantly by the bushes, semak belukar is bushes, about more than 12 million square meters, or about 12,000 kilometers square, and then dominated by 22% of up to 23% of the catchment area, because mostly there are a lot of open area which is in the flat condition. That's why it's not dominated by forest. The forest is the second one, of the land use there. It's just combination between the protected forest and also forest for dry land. It's about 10,000 kilometers square. Okay, and the rest are about for the cultivation, paddy field, and also some of housing area or settlement, which is not too high actually. It's only 33% of the total catchment. But the interesting one is there are several mining activity there, because there are a lot of open space, open land, which is not be managed properly, and people there, and sometimes company with the mining industry, they also open some lands in this catchment, and then causing a lot of water deterioration and also catchment deterioration. Okay, if we see to the morphological aspect, and then there are at least several studies as well here related to the width or the width of the river, from upstream to downstream. You can see I forgot to put this is the difference is about 10 years different. So it should be in 1999. It's about up to 2010. And the width is changes. Several area. This is segment A, B, C, and so on and so forth. And the width is quite changing. It's caused by the morphological aspect and also the flow, natural flow in the segment. But the thing is that the results should be confirmed whether it also already cover the whole area, because actually in our study we can also even from the basic information, like you can see it or measure it in Google. Actually in the delta zones, in the middle zones, the river width is about 200 meters, up to 1.4 kilometers. This segment actually, the width of the Musi River is reached up to 1.4 kilometers. The previous one is the average width. And then in the downstream area, like in Delta area here, especially in this section, which is already measured, is reached up to between 600 meters to 1 kilometers. It's just quite high. But the thing is, the width of this river is also one of the consequences that produced by the shallowing of the river itself. So there's a pendangkalan shallowing from the riverbed. Because in this area, first of all, maybe we can see the depth of the river is about 15 to 20 meters. But if we see the delta area, it's already up to only 5 to not more than 10 meters depth. So it means that from the volume, as maybe some of you understand or already learn about the hydraulics. So the capacity of the river, the profile of the riverbed is really related to the depth combined with the width of the width of the river itself. So when you have the same capacity or even greater capacity, even the greater discharge, mostly in the downstream area, we will deal with larger discharge. Okay, so in that case, the wider of the river means that maybe shallowing the depth of the river itself. Okay, in environmental aspect, there are at least three pillars, three foundation that we already have in our law, in water law, about water conservation, water destructive ability, and also water usage. There are at least three fundamental aspects that we need to address here regarding the river basin management. But I put in summary because the limited time. I will put in summary. If you need further study, you can contact me later on. But the thing is, the water related to the water conservation issues. There are decreasing forest area. You can imagine about 50,000 hectares per year. Accumulatively, has lost. And so they have changed the area, the forest area, into cultivated area, and sometimes they change it into mining area. And they're also as an impact, they're also increasing critical lands. And from the total catchments, you can imagine about 54,000 square kilometers. About 60% of it is critical land. Its status of the critical land. This is information from the study of the water resource management for Musi, Sutihan, Banyu Asin, Lemau study. Okay, and together with the decreasing forest, there are also decreasing infiltration zone in the catchment. Mostly this is the impact or of the development. Any kind of development within the area. And there's also high pollution from industry and also from domestic outputs, this is really concerning about the land conservation or the catchment conservation in the area. And the second fundamental aspect is the water usage. This is the figure of the PDAM, the Water Supply Authority in the South Sumatra, in Palembang. But there is a conflict in water usage actually about the irrigation versus fishery. So meaning that they have to control how much water that can be provided, can be released to the downstream area. But in the irrigation point of view, there's needs special discharge for several times, and not all times that they have similar discharge. But the other hand, for the fishery, they really need to maintain the discharge in order to can fulfill the needs of the water in the fishery area. Okay, there's also conflict between the power plants and the conservation. As you know, the purpose of the power plants is producing electricity, producing energy, which is related to the how high the head of water that can be prepared in the system. They really need special depth of water in the plant. So meaning that can produce significant amount of energy from the turbines. But the conservation will talk about different aspect, which is the control of the volume of the water in the area should be managed properly. So this kind of conflict really need to be regulated. That's why one of the important issues here is about the policy study, and considering the needs of stakeholders. Okay, South Sumatra only has a few water reservoir, or lakes and ponds, because dominantly still dominated by the forest and also cultivated area. So the need of reservoir is here. Meaning from, if you remember the total discharge that produced from the catchment from the upper part up to the downstream part, it's quite high. So meaning that you need some parking area, parking lot for water. Okay, you need to hold water as much as you can in the area so you can maintain the debit or the discharge properly. Yeah, and there's also in the water usage, even they already have the water supply authority here, there's still minimum service of raw and clean water, yeah, to the society, about 20 up to 25% now. But the government from the last 5 years already execute the program for water distribution in the area. Disregard about the quality of the water itself. And there's also water supply system for rain-fed irrigation. In Indonesia, I think, mostly Indonesia, I think Pak Raymond also mentioned one of the characteristics in irrigation system in Indonesia is rain-fed irrigation. This is really depend on the rainfall. Okay, so they have to also to manage about the supply system about this rainfed, because during the dry season, yeah, this irrigation up to now, some of the rainfed irrigation actually already changed, already adjusted to like a normal irrigation. Yeah, they don't understand fully about the meaning of rainfed irrigation, but still, that's why they still have demanding, and they're demanding the water supply need to be flowed to the rainfed area. And the other aspect that we address here, most water flow directly to the sea. Yeah? So meaning that any discharge, yeah, straight directly flow to the sea. Yeah. Disregard about the whether it is in along the channel, along the river stream, or other surface area. Yeah, in the case of flooding. That this information is very related to how we need the reservoirs in the area. Okay, to convey water as much as you can. And also there's an issue in operational and maintenance. Yeah, this is about the institutional issue. Pak Raymond, as a keynote speech, also addressing, yeah, really hardly addressing about this institutional issues here. Yeah, and also the human resources. Yeah, because we already changed the paradigm of the water management, yeah, water resource management, meaning that we have to strengthen the human resources with the knowledge of river management, proper river management or new river management approach. And of course, not we don't have to ignore about the budgeting here. We need some operational cost. Yeah. This is something that should be also discussed in the future. The last fundamental aspect is water destructive ability. Yeah. And then normally when the water with its capacity, yeah, with its normal flow, might not producing some of hazard. Yeah. But in the case of water destructive ability, yeah, or in bahasa Indonesia is pengolahan daya rusak air. Yeah. So it's caused by several activities as well, yeah, like a mining impact, yeah, in several rivers. Yeah, it also can produce high discharge, yeah, and also some degradation and high sedimentation, etc. And also about riverbank erosion. Yeah, as we know, the potential discharge that they have, the most rivers have, yeah, it also can have some impact in the erosion, yeah, of the riverbanks. Sorry. We also conduct some study because there's a case there about the riverbank erosion, especially some like one of the cases the PLN, the electricity, national electricity company, yeah, which they have towers, yeah, electrical towers there, like a sutet in Bahasa Indonesia, yeah. They facing the threats from the erosion, yeah, because it's already reached to the structures of the towers, meaning you can imagine how high and how big the transmission tower for electricity, right? So it's endangering the situation there, especially in the foundation area, yeah, because the river, at first they put the towers about 200 meters, up to 200 meters from the river, but now it's very close to 5 to 10 meters only to the structures, meaning that the erosion is quite high in the area. Okay, and one of the key points, I forgot to put it here, that as you know, the Musi River, I'm sorry, the committee, please remind me about the timing. Okay, and then the river in Musi River is also used by ships, yeah, and some transportation. They don't realize here that the impact of the using of the boats, the ship, yeah, and also other transportation, is water transportation, meaning that they produce waves. Yeah, they produce waves to the embankments, to the left and the right of river system. Yeah, okay, so meaning that it's increasing the potential damage about the erosion, yeah, in the river banks. Okay, so maybe we need to study more about that, yeah, regarding the impact of the waves created by transportation system in the area. And another ability is about the sediment loads. Yeah, together with the water, of course, they also produce sediments. Yeah, the production of the sediments about 1.5 to 1.8 million, yeah, cubic meter per year. Okay, and in the detail of several studies, yeah, from 1986, 68, yeah, from USA, what you call it, the potential sediment is about 40 centimeters per month, yeah, and increased in 76, study by JICA, yeah, about 43 centimeters per month. Yeah, if we consider about centimeters length, centimeters in a month, it's not too massive, yeah. But if we accumulate it into years or maybe days, yeah, it's quite high. And in the latest 1999, yeah, about up to 2 or 4 centimeters per day. Yeah, means if we have 30 days in a month, about more than 100, yeah, centimeters per day per month. Yeah. So it's also confirmed by Plendo company, which is also do the same research in the sedimentation law. Okay, and also the annual flooding, as we see in the video previously, yeah, it's quite happened a lot in the area. It occurs mostly every time, yeah, about the flooding. Okay, most occurring district with most experienced district is Muara-Enim, Lahat, Musirawas, Oki, and also the Palembang city itself. Okay, so based on those aspects, yeah, and the characteristic of the river Musi, we have this kind of here I put some equation, which is for those who already learn about hydrology or maybe in civil engineering, yeah, or maybe in what you call pertanian, yeah, agriculture engineering or agriculture, yeah, related to agriculture. Maybe you recognize this rational formula, yeah, regarding the discharge. Yeah, they talk the simple one, yeah. This is only one formula that I introduced here, the most common formula, which is the C, which is the constanta, the aspect of the land use mostly, or the catchment. I is the intensity from the rainfall, and A is the area of the catchment. So basically, we deal with the area as a constant value, because we don't have many change in the size of the area of the catchment. It's mostly similar from time to time. So you can say it's a given, the area. So the intensity, that's one thing that we cannot regulate here, because this is really depend on how much rainfall that fall into the system, fall into the catchment. So it's also given the intensity. We just have to predict and calculate it into most common sense, whether the intensity is occur monthly, daily, or weekly, or yearly. But this is one of the intervention that can be done by the human. The C here, the coefficient factor, which is related to the catchment itself. That's why the highlight of the issues. So it is the Q is like a discharge, which is related to the flooding, and also the impact of any other issues that produced by the river. So meaning that we need to focus on the catchment. That's why the issues of this webinar, about protecting the catchment, from any other damaging issue. So actually, there's some issues which is not as simply as this. It's quite more explanation about this, which is related to catchment deterioration, and this is also related to the catchment management. Deforestation in water catchment area is also related to the catchment management. Pollution and sedimentation, and also about the law enforcement, if we have any.
Pak
So
Toha,
this is the basic.
sorry to interrupt.
Sorry?
Your session is about to end in
Yes,
5 minutes.
this is the last. Okay, thank you very much for reminding. And then that's why we have some challenge here, which is we need to respond to issues about the catchment deregulation with the intensive catchment monitoring. And also for deforestation, we there have to determine conservation zones and proper and effective measures for pollution and sedimentation. And last not least about community involvement in the law enforcement or in the law formulation, and also the public study. Okay, and as a summary here, this is part of our study regarding the policy study. So meaning that we need to, as soon as possible, issue local regulation like a peraturan daerah, local regulation regarding spatial planning and land use, and also land development, especially around surface water sources, along the river and the embankment. So we need also reforestation in water catchment area, rehabilitation of protected forests and natural reserves, through vegetative efforts. Burita also mentioned some of the was there, and management of forest cultivation. And one of the challenges that we need to develop the techniques, actually the involvement of the technology, the recent technology for improving raw water from pollutants. And last but not least is about education. I think most of us here is from the academic aspect, society. So I really believe in education, to promote knowledge and awareness to society, even ourselves. And then I know the government itself consists of graduates, from university, from school, etc. Okay, so meaning this awareness and the knowledge of the system, and the catchment protection, etc., need to be delivered properly and as soon as possible. Okay, it's not too late now. We need to act now. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taha, for your explanation about issues, challenges, how we're going to deal it about the issues and the challenges in Musi River. As the slide shows, the water usage, we have to manage the water efficiently by needing to build and manage the dam, the reservoir, and not only the structure, but also to manage the water supply. Thank you to the participants who have asked to Pak Toha. But just to remind that these questions for Pak Toha will be answered in the Q&A session. And for the last, but obviously not the speaker, Mr. Taufik, because we have explored the problems that exist in rivers in Indonesia, such as Jeneberang River and Musi River. And now we will turn to Mr. Taufik, who will explain about the retention ponds with the study case of Sumarekon Serpong, one of the largest developers in Indonesia with many development areas in Gading Serpong, Bogor, Bandung, Makassar. Okay. A reminder again, if you have any questions about speaker's explanation, feel free to ask at the chat box. Mr. Taufik, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bella. Good morning, everyone. Hello. I hope you're all in good health condition.
Morning.
And in good, I think I'm the last speaker, am I? Yes, I think everybody, I hope still have some energy to listen for 30 minutes. My name is Taufik. So as mentioned by Bella before, I've been working within the urban development at area of Sumarekon Serpong for quite a while now. And most of what I do is actually planning for large development, which actually you might live in it at the moment now. But as one of the major aspects of our planning, usually today we always focus on sustainable development. As we keep everybody, I think, and also development such as ours, we keep on using the world's resources. Yeah. It is also becoming Sumarekon mission to keep the world into a more liable space, actually for a future generation. So the case study I would like to present today is, I think I would not focus too much on numbers or technicality. As it is not my expertise, actually. I have engineers to do it. But I would rather bring more attention towards how we would implement the water system into our sustainable development. So this would be more of a case study that we are actually doing in Sumarekon Serpong. Okay, slide 2, please. But before I think I go into the main topic, I just like to touch on Sumarekon development history. I think not everybody knows what is Sumarekon actually. So we're actually one of the developers in Indonesia. The one that makes us a bit different from other developers is I think we are doing only townships. So our development is quite large, usually, ranges from, I guess, 300 hectares to our largest one is actually in Sumarekon Serpong of 850 hectares. So that's quite large. So we try to do as much as possible. We know we have a big impact on the sustainability, yeah? But we try our best to keep that in mind always. So we started in Sumarekon Kelapa Gading, as probably some of you already know, in 1975. And the second development that I will present to you today is actually our second development, which is located in Tangerang. Yeah. Tangerang is actually west of Jakarta, yeah, west of Jakarta, and it is actually in a place called Serpong. So it's called Sumarekon Serpong. And it is 850 hectares, and it is the large. As I said, it is one of the largest. We are out of Java at the moment. We have also in Makassar, which is quite new, but the latest one now is in Sumarekon Bogor, around 300 hectares. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah. So actually, I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to participate in the development such as the Sumarekon Serpong Township. especially in the newest area. As you can see, Sumarkan Serpong, I think if you calculate the length from the north to the south, it's actually more than 8 kilometers. So it's quite big. It's quite big. And we had to divide the Sumarkan Serpong city into a few more smaller, I would call regions or district. So we would have each of this district will have their own system. So yeah, if we go with 850 hectares, so we divided this into four district area, which is called the Pondok Hijau Golf, and then the Springs, and then Scientia Garden, and then Symphonia, which is our latest one. Okay, now, of course, sorry, can you go back to slide before? Yeah. As you can see, each of these districts has their own tagline. Yeah, it's the first one is Kissing the Golf Course, and then the Harmony of Healthy Living, and then Scientia Garden, Smart and Green Environment, and then our latest one, which is actually also the largest one, I think 200 hectares, is Symphonia, Embrace the Future with Nature Lifestyle. As you can see from the tagline, we are actually committed to improving the environment. Each of our tagline has word environment in it: healthy living, green environment, and nature lifestyle. So it is actually a description of how we want to do things actually in Sumarekon Serpong. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So up to this moment, since 2004, it's 850 hectares. We've already developed 50 clusters that's actually already occupied by people. So that would be around 11,000 unit housing. That's quite a lot. And then I think now it's actually for the apartment units, it's actually more than 5,000. And then 2,000 shop houses, which is to support the 50 clusters or the 11,000 unit that needs to live there. Okay. Now these are the facilities that's actually within the Sumarekon Serpong. We've already, of course, we have to do this, because all these people who live in the 11,000 houses needs some kind of facilities that actually can provide their well-being and their health, and their healthiness. And actually, not just that, but we also provide things like educational facilities, and of course, like hospitals, and of course, we also have the commercial facilities such as shopping malls and the shop houses. Our latest educational facility is, of course, our very own, proudly present the Universitas Pradita, or Pradita University here, down at the right bottom. Okay, thank you. Now, I guess talking about development in such a city, we have to think about the spatial, urban spatial planning. In urban spatial planning is actually critical for delivering economic, social, and environmental benefits. So we will be creating more stable and predictable conditions for investment and development. But of course, also by securing community benefit, and also promoting resources for the development itself. So we'd like to have a diversity of people that actually live here and come here, and then spend the rest of their life to be in our city. And then how to do that is, of course, we need to create something that must be supported by a security and I guess comfort in socializing and living every day, day to day, working, such as that. And also this diversity is also must be supported by a good tolerance. I mean, tolerance is not just between humans, but also between humans and its built environment, or I guess also with the nature environment also. So this is the important thing about development such as this. Yeah, we're not just building a city, we're not just building buildings, but we're actually building a community. And I guess that's the way we need to do. I heard it was very good from Ibu Rita and Pak Toha. Education is one of the most important thing in how to educate people to participate in the sustainable development. And by doing this, we are actually trying to educate all these people, starting from our own city. And we try to educate people on how to live in a sustainable way. Okay, go ahead. So it is a neighborhood of, it's a city of neighborhoods, yeah. So many neighborhoods, and then of course we need easy accessibility from one place to another. We created that as good as possible. And then, of course, yeah, public transportation is one of the thing. Okay. And yeah, so this is actually a kind of process that really needs a long-term vision. So from our perspective, we plan this 20 to 30 years later, yeah, or even 50 years later. So what's going to happen to our city? And this is actually calculated, and we actually incorporated so people would always be provided with the good things. And we need, of course, participation of all sectors, because it is impossible just to work with just by ourselves. And then we actually give trust, yeah, and reliability to the people actually live there, and actually to government and to our partners. And of course, we are very keen on cooperation and partnership with all aspects. Yeah, actually, a good thing that we have universities now at our city is actually we are able to invite more academic people and then see what they have to say about our development, which is good. Okay. So before going on to the main course, I guess, just showing you a little bit on what we have done so far. So in each of our development, we always have a water treatment plant. So this is all the way from actually from Kelapa Gading, but starting mostly in Summarecon Serpong, because Kelapa Gading was the oldest one, but all the way to the latest one. So we have independent clean water supply. And then also we have a sewage treatment plant. So if, for information, each cluster in our development has one of these. So we don't throw away the waste just like that to the cities, saluran, yeah. And then we actually recycle the wastewater. And then, of course, we educate people to always wise use of resources. So using like groundwater is strictly prohibited. So we always have water from our sources like the PDAM. Also, specifically in Summarecon Serpong, we have what is called the biomass, which is actually converting our waste into some kind of energy that can be used for other things. And then the latest one that we actually did in Symphonia is we actually provided people with a solar panel. So this is actually an effort from us to actually introduce people on more and more on preserving what is in the environment. The solar panel comes free. So every people who let's say they bought the house there, it's already installed. And we're hoping that this will educate them to actually maybe add up more later on, or they actually know what's going on with the environment. Okay. And of course, we have public transportation to make things easier. And then we all wanted to have a sustainable city, not just as sustainable in environment, but sustainable in growth and economic. So we have complete facilities, I've mentioned before. And then we have accessibility, of course, that is not by cars or motorcycles, but we are available on foot and bicycle, as we are trying to get people more and more not using their cars. And then even the pedestrian, we have designed and actually incorporated them into a defable friendly pedestrian. So anybody can just use it. Okay, this is the main issue here. Of course, we have nature open public spaces, especially nowadays. I think people are more into nature open public space, with the pandemic and after the pandemic. We have diverted a lot of things actually on the developments. And then we have retention pond. Retention pond is actually we're doing future water supply and flood control that we are doing in our cities. Open space, yes, and also another thing we did is the perimeter ditch. Okay. Now let's go back to the Summarecon Serpong. This is the master plan. Actually, I've mentioned there are four regions, that is within the Summarecon Serpong. And if you can see there are a few lakes that's actually surrounding the Summarecon Serpong area. These lakes are becoming a retention pond area, but some of it is a natural lake, but some of it is not, and some of it is owned by others. But the one that I'm going to present is the one that we're actually making. Okay. Now, if you can see the level of ground here, Summarecon Serpong is actually at the lower ends. So by this, on the south side, there is BSD City, another developer, another big developer, and then Alam Sutra. But the water, because of the level of soil, the level of ground, the water is actually going to our development area. So, yeah. So what we did is actually, how do we do this? We thought to ourselves, because if we don't do a water management, there would be more flooded area, more flooded area in our area. And then there won't be any solution for the water to go, especially coming from the south side. So what we did is we planned and we took calculation, trying to do a water management system in our city, in our area, which is in Symphonia. And we planned and designed constructed lakes along all this perimeter, all the way to the north side. As you can see, the largest one is actually the one in the middle, Urban Park Lakes. It is actually a huge water retention pond. Okay, may I continue? Yeah. So these are the numbers that actually is when we calculate how much we needed to get all the water coming, and then we don't just throw away the water to the. Oh, I forgot to mention the Cisadane River is our main river there. How do we actually not contributing to the full filling of Cisadane River? So what we actually did is we planned and we built a retention pond or lakes that actually catches all the wastewater coming from our development, and then retain it in our ponds. And this is what happened. I think Ibu Rita mentioned about something about you have to make this retention pond into some kind of a tourist tourist plan or something that people will like. You are very right. You're very right. It is not actually just to make it good, yeah? And we don't do this just because Lake Park will be available to public. It's not constructed fully at the moment. Some of it is already constructed, and I will show you a few pictures on what we have done so far. So actually there's 4 main lakes here, and one lake, storage lake, that is very long. It's actually more than 1.2 kilometers, and the width is 150 meters. So it's actually quite big. It's 10 hectares of just water storage there. And adding up all the one in the bottom part and then on the upper part. So based on that, we did design the Symphonia. We called it the Symphonia Urban Park. So it is becoming we designed it to be such a way that it can be accessed by the public, and then actually people can enjoy going there. But at the same time, it is actually our water system and our retention pond. So the way we do it is from each clusters that actually surrounds these lakes. Yeah, we don't all the wastewater coming, such as from the toilets or maybe from bathrooms, from kitchen. We actually go down the drain, and then we put it in our sewage system in the wastewater treatment plant. So before going into the lake. So this way, the water that actually comes out of the house, each household, is actually quite clean. Yeah, before going into the main ditch in the city, yeah, and then goes into each of this lake. So and then afterwards, I think this has added a lot of water debit actually, yeah. Because we can use almost after going to the wastewater treatment plant, we can still use 80% of the water, the clean water that actually goes to the lake. And of course, the lake itself, the water in the lakes is actually like 10 to 20% is used for maintenance. Yeah, because I think the particles of the water is also good for the plants. So we have a huge area of parks and open spaces. We need to maintain them, but we don't want to use, of course, clean water. Yeah, and we cannot rely on rain all the time because there's a sunny and rainy season. So during sunny season, we can get all the water from the lake and then use it for maintenance, and the rest, we're keeping it in the lake, so it becomes a retention pond and become a system that actually keeps all the water in level in our development. So can you go back a minute? Sorry, yeah. So this is one of the lake that's actually been built. It's on the north side, yeah, on the north side, and then so it's on the upper part, and it's already built. This has attracted a lot of people who coming here from not just from Summarecon Serpong, but all the way from Bandung, actually coming here just to enjoy the lake view here, because it's quite a large lake. It's 1.6 hectares. And actually this lake serves as a retention pond for 4 clusters that's actually surrounding the lake. So we made the lake, of course, with many features, yeah, such as jogging tracks, and then you can see here on the upper right is actually a pavilion, a barbecue pavilion for the public to use it, and they can enjoy actually the lake here. And then we actually do some plantation that is actually good for birds. So we're hoping birds that coming there and then reproduce. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of birds actually within this lake area. So this lake has been a good, successful theme. Many people are coming. Actually, if you go, Bella, can you go back to the before? Yeah, if you see, we've actually opened up the Urban Park Lake on the left side. We are still trying to do the first phase, and it's actually quite finished. And this has become viral. So as you can see on the bottom, everybody wants to go to the lake, and it says on the YouTube it's free. So all people coming from there, and then we found you can see in the photos, there's a lot of people coming. Unfortunately, because this happened during the pandemic, so we had to limit people coming here because we need to have the social distancing and so on. So at the moment, we are trying to keep not so many people are coming here, but the lake is there and people are liking it. And I think it's a good socializing place and a good destination, actually becoming a new destination for people to come and enjoy actually being in the environment, being in the natural system. Okay, let's go back to the, yeah, okay, this is, I've already talked about this. Okay. So another part of the development of lakes that we did is actually the one at the Spring region, the Spring district. Yeah. So it is actually quite a large lake also. It's 5.7 hectares. And this lake used to be a place for excavation. Yeah, excavation. So the thing is, what they used to be excavation and sand mining area, and then this happens in the 1990s, yeah, 1990s, and then left a lot of large holes, and actually led to the destruction of nature and its habitat. Yeah, so actually no habitat can live there. Even the small fish are dying. So what we did is, in the 2000, we looked into it as this is a part of our development, and we thought, what should we do about this thing, because it's actually destroying the ecosystem. So what we did is we tried to revitalize the area by actually doing a lot of things, construction, and then making it into a retention pond. The revitalization took a long time. Yeah, I think it took years. Because why did it take such a long time? Because we needed to have the ecosystem grow again, yeah, with its habitat. And then Burita tadi also mentioned about vetiviera. Yeah, that is actually what we are actually using for the boundaries of the lake, because we don't want the sediment to go down to the lake itself. So yes, it is. We're actually doing as much as natural prevention, to do natural prevention as much as possible on the edges of the lake. As you can see on the right hand there, the lake is there. And it took us a few years before it actually works, and then becoming a good ecosystem again. And this lake actually surface all the area that is quite big, yeah? From PHG, which is the golf area, and then the spring, also the cluster. So it becomes also the retention pond for these two districts. Yeah, so as the same as the principle in Symphonia, the lake becomes a retention pond. So all wastewater from the household is not going to the river, but we actually kept it in our lakes, and we try to keep it as much as possible. During rainy season, maybe if the volume is very high, we let go a little bit, yeah, to the river, just to keep the lake on a good level. So this is what's happening at the moment. So after a few years, it took us quite long to get it revitalized, and then after that we name it Grisea, the lake Grisea. It's called from the a bird, water bird, kind of a water bird. And then after that, in 2008, we started to develop something called the low-rise residence. It is actually it's probably the first thing, the first kind of development in Indonesia, which actually brings people from used to living in houses, in landed houses, but try to get them into more vertical ones. But we don't want to make it as an apartment, because we want to keep it really, really nice and really, really low density, yeah, as we try to keep the environment and ecosystem going on. So we put our development here, which is one of our latest development. And then of course we have the wastewater treatment plant by itself. And by doing that, all the wastewater coming also from this new development of 8 hectares will be recycled, and then give it back to the lake itself. It is actually a new concept of housing, and with only 30% of built-up areas, so 70% is actually given out to the natural, and it's quite accepted by people, because people are actually living here now, and they're happy because of they can get to nature as close as possible. And then within these buildings, of course, we also have like really, really nice, we planted gardens, and then trees, like fruit trees that actually people can enjoy. So another thing that we do is, from our side, we know our development can be a burden to the surrounding area, to this existing settlement. Yeah. So we thought about it, what to do. So what we did is we took a piece of our land from our, let's say from our borders, and then we took like 2 meters and 3 meters, and we created a perimeter ditch, which goes all the way among the border of our development. So in this way, all the water system, or all the water that is from the existing settlement, sometimes they don't have, even they don't have ditch, yeah? They don't have ditch, and they can have a better water solution now, wastewater solution now, because their system is now can go to our perimeter ditch. And of course, our perimeter ditch is, if you see on the right bottom, that's our perimeter ditch. We calculated it, how much we needed, and then it goes all the way to our all development. It's a costly thing to do, but of course, we wanted to have good impact, yeah, good impact, whether to our development or even to the existing settlement. So this is what we do along our perimeter, yeah, our development perimeter. We calculated maybe already done like 10 kilometers of perimeter ditch actually. And this is accepted very well also by the existing settlement, because now they have better no flooding in their area, and they have better water run because they go all the way to our perimeter. Okay, so I guess we need memang it is actually true, we need to support a sustainable ecosystem, but I think by we try to do all these things is actually to educate people the importance of I guess water conservation as well as the ecosystem itself. So I think we are trying to do the best in our part to educate people on how to live with nature. Okay, I guess thank you. That's enough for me. But before my presentation, I will show you. I will take you a tour of a drone tour, looking through our development and our lake. I hope the internet is friendly on my side. Oh, can I share?
Yes, please.
No, I think the host disabled my participant screen sharing. Can I, Bella? Will I be able to share?
Okay, wait a minute, Pak Taufik. Okay, you are the host now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Just. Yep. Okay, thank you. Mind you, the development I show you is not an expensive one. It's actually quite affordable. So it is in the mid to low category, but we managed to do such a thing like that. Okay, thank you. I think the screen is yours again, Bella.
Thank you, Mr. Taufik, for your explanation about what Sumarekon has been dealing with the water treatment. Sumarekon maybe can be an example that today's developers also consider many things in relation to the environment, such as water and sewage treatment plants, solar panels, and so on. And I'm really interested in what you were saying about we don't only build cities, but we build communities. It was such a good quote, good phrase. Okay, now we will begin the Q&A session for 3 speakers. Okay, maybe the first one are for Bu Rita. Ibu Rita.
Okay.
You here? Okay. Okay, Ibu Rita. The first question is from Pak Raymond. Dear Ibu Rita, is there any document or research that evaluates the effectiveness of sediment or debris control at the Jenebrang River? Can you please answer the question for Pak Raymond?
Okay. Thank you, Pak Raymond, for a nice question. I think the document could Pak Raymond can found in the International Journal of Applied Engineering Research, volume 13, number 3, 2018. Yeah. And the title is Countermeasures Energy on Debris Flow Event by Open Type Sabodam. The author is Pak Hairudin, Pak Saleh, Pak Arsad, and me. Okay, I think enough. And if you don't hesitate, I can send by email. Thank you.
Okay. We move on to the second question. So, for Bu Rita, this question is from Jemuel Perino, Catchment. The question: what was the primary factor that triggered the collapse of the headwaters of Jenebrang River catchment in early 2000? And was there anything that should have been done by the government to prevent the said collapse? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Jemuel Perino from Philippine Catchment. I would like to answer what was the primary factor that triggered the collapse of the headwaters of Jenebrang River catchment in 2000. Okay. Bawah Karang, Bawah Karaeng was built by the volcanic deposits of Mount Lopo Batang, consisting of lava, tufa, and volcanic breccia that have been withered. So the movement of sediment coming out of the mountain in large quantities. And then, was there anything that should have been done by the government to prevent the said collapse? Yeah. In the for Bawah Karaeng caldera before early 2000, yeah, there is 7 sabodam in upstream and 5 ground seal in the middle stream. And then I think the geological investigation and monitoring of caldera, the government just like, I think it's enough. Why? Yeah, the movement of sediment coming out of the mountain in large quantities and is usually caused by an eruption. But while what happens on Mount Bokaraing is not an eruption. Yeah. And trigger the movement of sediment from the source to river and finally settle in the reservoir, preceded by the process of movement of sediment, namely debris flow. Yeah. So later also called it woody debris flow. I think it's enough.
Okay, Bu Rita, still have 2 questions for
Yeah.
Ibu Rita. This is from Joyce, Ministry of Public Works. The question to Bu Rita, do they have community organization to help government dealing with catchment management?
Yeah, from Ibu Joyce.
Joyce.
Yeah, Ibu Joyce. Yeah, in Jeneberang River catchment, we have community, just like Reservoir Community Forum, Jeneberang River Care Community, or River School Community, and also join with the government. Yeah, to protect the Jeneberang River catchment area.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rita. One more question from Daniel, Papua. The question, dear Bu Rita, what is the next solution when Sabo Dam is in full condition and there are still many possibilities for debris flow to occur in the future?
Ya, Bapak Daniel, I think what? Last minute, I see Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next solution. Yeah.
Yeah, the question next
For
solution.
debris flow to occur in the future.
Yes.
Yeah. The government should to build the open type Sabo Dam series to lower the energy of the debris flow. I think short answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rita, for answering these questions.
I think one
more question
from Setio Purnomo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you please answer the question?
Yeah, which method is cheaper or more practical among reservoir rehabilitation, like the sediment when it came to the end use, and the second, building new reservoir to accommodate the sediment, 3, land conservation like planting trees, society, environmental awareness, where cheaper? Yeah, the land conservation like planting trees and society environmental awareness, and I think more cheaper. And reservoir rehabilitation too, but it's very important to build the open type Sabo Dam to lower the energy of the debris flow. And then more one. Ibu Yolanda. From Ibu Yolanda Gomes. good to note that you are using nature-based solution as explained in your presentation. Oh yeah, thank you very much for Ibu Yolanda Gomes for your appreciation. I think it's enough, Bu Anastasia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rita, for answering these questions for participants. Now we're moving along to Pak Toha. Pak Toha, are you still with us? Pak Toha? Yeah. Okay, maybe we skip Pak Toha first, and then we go to Mr. Taufik first. Pak Taufik, still with us? Oh,
Yes.
Pak Toha, are you still with us, Pak Toha?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I just took a note for the questions.
Okay, sorry, Pak
Okay.
Taufik. Pak Toha first to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Toha,
yes.
there are two questions for Pak Toha. The first question is from Garwono WS, PT Indi Jaya Teknik Konsultan. The question is topographic in Palembang, city relatively low. I think two major causes, inundation or local flood happened in Palembang. Elevation of water in Musi River high due to flood from upstream and drainage system in Palembang very poor. What will to do to avoid this flood condition in Palembang? Would you please answer the question or Herwono?
Okay, thank you very much, Stella. But actually, based on my notes, there are four participants already posed a question for me. So, but I think I will ask or respond based on your guidance. Okay, for Pak Garwono, yeah, from PT Indijaya. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, the inundation or the flooding is caused by the shallowing, yeah, the riverbed. Basically, it's accumulated from the sedimentation process, yeah, happen along the river, and then and also the issues about the drainage system is quite poor, especially in city of Palembang. Yes, but the thing is, as the one of the approach in conservation, water conservation, is that we might reducing the discharge from the upstream. Okay, before the water flow or entering the city of Palembang, maybe, yeah, for example. So we can reduce the discharge at the upstream part, which is that's why one of the recommendation that we propose is like land conservation in the upstream part. So and also some creation of water resting area in the upper zone. So we realized the flat area in the downstream part, yeah, which is can be threatened, yeah, by the flooding every year, or maybe even in the rainy season or dry season. Okay? And in the case of flooding, sometimes it's also occur when the rain is quite heavy, and plus the impact or the effect of the tides, yeah, because Palembang is quite close to the sea, so also the impact of tides also occur here. So the high level of tides can block the water from the stream to the sea. Okay, so meaning that maybe in the physical approach that we can also create or do the dredging activity, yeah, continuous dredging activity along the river canal or the river streams, yeah. And then of course, if we consider about the width and the depth of the river, it should be a massive dredging activity for the Musi River, but it should be done. Yeah, specific budget should be allocated to do this, and they also have to consider about where to put the dredging the dredge produced from the dredging. So this is one of the big issues actually occurred in the Palembang city. Yeah, and beside the dredging, we can also create a system of a barricade to reduce the sedimentation. Yeah. Maybe we can create some like control ponds, yeah, or control system, yeah, for sedimentation along the canal, along the river. Yeah, it should be. We need to do some studies, of course, yeah, to create this kind of retention pond for sediment. And regarding the drainage system, yes, of course, this is need to be reformulated by the local government about how to create a proper drainage system. Okay, because sometimes the drainage system itself, maybe at by design, it's already by the residential area or the surrounding area, but in the operational, sometimes we don't control the condition of the drainage system itself. Yeah, maybe you've heard in the case of Jakarta. Yeah, when we look up to the drainage system, it's already full with the rubbish, yeah, garbage, trash, and also the sedimentation as well. Yeah, so this is need to be addressed as well to the local government, the local authority, to maintain continuously the drainage system. Okay? And of course, reformulate the systems in the city of Palembang, because the area is quite flat. So meaning, how are we going to manage the slope for the drainage system, so it can be safely and sound to deliver water from the residential area to the river. Okay, I think for now, that's my response for Pak Garwono. Thank you for asking.
Okay, Bapak Toha.
Masih Pak Toha.
Yes, I think Pak Garwono wants to say something.
No, just thank you.
Okay, okay, you're welcome, Pak.
Okay, for the next question is from Daniel. This is actually for all speakers, but maybe Pak Toha can help us to answer this question. So the question is, in some modern countries, eliminating dams in rivers because it reduces the supply of downstream sediments, river estuaries, and can cause shoreline erosion. On the other hand, our country, Indonesia, assumes that dam is the right solution to overcome watershed problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daniel, for the questions posed. Yeah. This is from Uncen, yeah, Universitas Cendrawasih, yeah, Papua. It's quite far from here. Okay, but actually, it really depends on the situation and also the purpose, yeah, at the first place, the dams or the big reservoir that already built. We realize that the United States has removed about 70 dams, yeah, recently, yeah, and then also in Europe, yeah, like Spain, the massive one, and in Japan, in some of the Asia countries like Japan, Korea, and also China, yeah. But if we look up to the dam they removed, yeah, they also it means that they do the monitoring for the dams, okay. But what happened in here, I have to pose back the question to the government, our government, whether they do the monitoring of the existing dams, yeah, based on the first purpose, yeah, and then also the current situation here, because and also when we want to design the dam or reservoir, of course we need to explicit studies, yeah, it's multi-sectoral studies, yeah. That's why we need to confirm whether the studies already fulfilled or at least, yeah, accommodate some stakeholders' interest. Okay, so this is why by time to time, because at the first, like even in the USA, Europe, yeah, they don't mind about, because the dams already served for, I think, almost half of centuries, yeah, about more than 50 years, yeah. Whether in the site and in the construction side, yeah, maybe they still have to reevaluate, yeah. And then also because the ecosystem and because the community is quite changed, yeah, it's already changed the phenomena. So again, this is a complex system that should be considered most of the any aspect and stakeholders in the related to the dam construction. Okay, and but the most of important thing is like the study of the dam when they start to build this kind of dam, and what purpose, yeah, what the benefit and loss should be identified at the first place. Okay, I think the most of dam removal recently is related to the ecosystem restoration or habitat restoration. And yeah, I think that's in the case of Indonesia, again, that's why we don't have to get the positive idea about, it's not about project, it's not about big project there to create the dam. Yeah, this is one of the water infrastructure that needs to be established in several places. Yeah, regarding the how we manage, like in, for example, how we try to regulate the water with a massive amount that already fell into the ground, that should be managed properly and should be conserved properly. Yeah? Of course, by the study of how it will be benefit most to the people in our society and even the ecosystem. I think that all for Daniel is quite interesting question. Thank you, Sarah. You.
Okay, thank you, Pak Toha. Thank you for the participant who asked a question for Pak
Isabella,
Yeah.
I think in my note, I have another two questions from participants actually. It's
Since we
from Hulabao, yeah. I think you're still there, Mr. Hulabao. Ask you where you from? Is it from?
Okay, Pak Toha, but
Sorry,
since we
I'm
have
from
quite
Myanmar.
limited time.
Yes, sorry.
Myanmar.
Oh, Java.
Myanmar.
Okay, can I just answer a simple question, because is it okay, Ms. Bella?
Okay,
Yeah.
but 2 minutes, Pak.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Mr. Ulaba, it's about the contamination from the mining. Yeah, I agree with you. This is totally could be a disaster if we have this kind of illegal activity. I think mostly in some area, like in the case of Palembang, it's dominantly issued by illegal mining. This is need to be managed and monitored by the local authority. Yeah, and of course the consequence in this mining, like a tiling and also their activities, also can produce significant degradation of the pond or lakes that we want to create. Yes, I agree with you. And then, therefore, we need to be aware of this kind of activity. I think that's all for Ulaban. And one more thing from Bu Joyce. This is just confirmation. Bu Joyce from Public Works asked about to whom the recommendation addressed. Yeah, of course, solely will address. We will address this recommendation to the local authorities and of course the involving ministries in the area. Okay, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bapak Toha. Now we're moving along to Pak Taufik. Pak Taufik, are you still with us? Pak Taufik?
Yes, yes, Bella.
Yeah, Pak Taufik.
I think there are some questions.
Yeah, there are questions.
Let's see.
The first, yeah.
The first
is from Jos Kevin from Wijaya Karya. How are the permits and mechanisms for the construction of water reservoirs and water management at Sumarekon, Serpong? Which parties are involved about the permits and planning?
Oh, about the permits and planning, of course. Yeah, okay. Okay, hello, Mr. Josh, Kevin. So for the permits and mechanism, of course, the lakes that you've seen is actually a part of our the regulation that we need to provide 40% from our development into public use. Yeah, public use as such as RTH or green areas, and within the RTH, of course, there is the what is called the RTB, the blue area. Blue area is considered the water, and of course, before we do all the lakes and everything, we do a bit of we do a lot of AMDAL, AMDAL studies. And then for the permits, this 40% of open public spaces, it's actually in the master plan permits. So it is actually included when we are doing the master planning. So it's already there. And then after that, actually the lake itself, you don't need further at this moment, you don't need further permits for it. So as long as it is being used as a retention pond and flood control system. But if you start using it for, let's say for bulk water, that is used for people, then you need permit, of course, from the Dirjen SDA. But at the moment, because it is used for retention pond and for just for flood control, you don't need a permit yet. So that's how the mechanism works.
Okay, Pak Taufik. Turns
I
out
think
that
there's another
just
question,
Kevin, just Kevin have one more question. As we know, Sumare Serpong is currently building many new clusters which can impact into the water catchment area. Does the retention pond and the water reservoir still sufficient to accommodate the developing plan?
Yes. So of course, we already calculated the retention pond to be at full stage, meaning when it is developed fully. At the moment, because we only develop like 50 to maybe 40% of the capacity. So that is why we have stages in making also the retention pond or the lakes, because we need to supply them with water. If we build the lakes before, then the lakes will be empty of water. Just using rain is not enough. We need wastewater to come in. So it is in accordance to the phasing of the houses also. Yeah. So to answer your question, of course, the lake is actually calculated for the whole stage.
Okay, maybe one more question is like optional question. Which method is cheaper? Sorry, from Setio PJT. Sorry, this is to Ibu Rita ya. Okay, maybe
I think there's one
more
question about public transportation from Ibu Joyce.
Ibu Joyce, Ibu
Yes,
Joyce, since you have a lot of bicycles and pedestrian facilities, do you operate public transportation in your area to access and connect to the nearest outer transit stops?
Yes. So to answer Ibu Joyce's question, yes, we do. We're actually working with PPD at the moment to bring people out of the city of Sumare Serpong. So it actually the PPD services between Sumare Serpong and the airport, and also Sumare Serpong and Lebak Bulus. So it is actually people can use that. And within the Sumare Serpong itself, of course, we have free shuttle that actually can take people everywhere. Okay, I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Taufik, Bu Rita, Pak Toha. Thank you to all the speakers for addressing this interesting topic, and also the participants who are enthusiastic about discussing these topics. To conclude, I have a few notes about this particular discussion delivered by our speakers. So if we ask about a reverse problem or a reservoirs problem, what first pops up in our minds is sedimentation, since we know that it's like one of the biggest problems needed to handle effectively and efficiently, which is also happening in Jeneberang River. There are several ways that can be done as Burita's solution, such as developing small dams or lakes, increasing plantation of trees surrounding the area so that the erosion rate does not increase. These problems are also found in Musi River, as well as the problems of conflict in water usage, water conservation, and water destructive ability. As Mr. Toha recommendation, we can reforestation in water catchment areas, issue perda as our local regulations about land use and the surface water, rehabilitation, and don't forget to education to society since the impact is so big. And from Mr. Taufik's presentation, it turns out that not only rivers, reservoirs, and other water bodies need environmental handling, but residential areas also need this. As Mr. Taufik's explanation, we know that good water management is needed to area that's developing, and Summarecon has applied that water management system by building lakes as retention ponds in an effort to prevent water overflow and flood the area built by Summarecon. The retention ponds also have function for society because the retention pond can be a recreational area. Okay, once again, what an interesting topic to discuss. I am Bella. I hope we can meet soon in the next webinar. That's all. Thank you. I will return the screen to the MC, Ibu Sukmarani, for the next activity.
Thank you, Ms. Bella.
Thank you, Mrs. Rita, Mr. Toha, and Mr. Taufik for the insightful session today. The next session will be led by Ms. Anastasia as the moderator. Anas, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Sukma. For the next session, we will learn together again with our last speaker who is no less enthusiastic, Pak David from Makaveri Indonesia. And before we begin, I would like to thank to Makaveri Indonesia who give this webinar sponsor for documentation. Before going to Pak David session, I would like to introduce him first. Pak David attained his graduate degrees in engineering and computer science from the University of Melbourne and since gotten his MBA at Pelita Harapan University. Mr. David has more than 15 years of experience and more than a decade in the industry. Always pushing for better solutions that promote sustainability, he has built a career in business development, focusing on building partnership with integrity and mutual benefits. Pak David is an authentic and inclusive leader who leads a flexible team that does not compromise to be pleasing but delivers quality. Without further ado, Pak David, the screen is yours.
Right, I hope you can hear me just fine. I will share my screen now. Let's see. Okay, you can see my screen now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, okay, so good morning, everyone. Not morning anymore, actually, it's almost afternoon. Thank you for this chance. Yeah, my name is David. I'd like to say that it's been a good webinar so far, and there has been numerous interesting points shared today. I am proud to be involved in this initiative by CKNet INA that aims at spreading knowledge and ultimately making Indonesia and the world better. I hope this kind of event will keep seeing success after success and inspire many. Today, I'll be sharing with you some sustainable solutions we have done in rivers and how Makaveri has been involved in efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals set by the UN. And you'll see later that, in fact, sustainability has always been deeply ingrained in the organization as part of our vision. Now, our keynote speaker, Pak Raymond, earlier mentioned that a strategic alliance is necessary in order for us to move forward and make a difference. We share this sentiment, and I'd like to just say now that we, Makaveri, are always looking for partners that would work together with us to make a difference, which is why I am here right now. So let's get started. But for now, let me start with a little bit of history. Yeah. Now, the first application of Makaveri's Gabion was almost 130 years ago. I think you can see it there. It's 1894. Sorry, 1894 right there. It was along a small, medium-sized river, River Reno, in a small village, Casalecchio, in the vicinity of Bologna. Now, it's still there even now. Yeah. The early application was built in 1894 to repair the banks because of a breach caused by a major flood. Now, this structure is the first example of steel wire mesh used to confine loose stones in order to reduce their required volume. A simple idea, revealed to be successful over time. Now, among their best features, the environmental friendliness and ability to integrate with the surrounding environment becomes an attractive subject of a research of the 90s. Here we see the old site in Casalecchio, where the first gabions were used after more than a century. Where later a few more gabions were added on top of the old ones to raise the bank. Now, nature has fully taken over, and gabions, old and new ones, have blended with the environment. You can see it in this picture here. Now, did I mention that it was the famous gabion was actually invented a few years before, just a year before that, 1893. And since then, we've grown, and in the second half of the 1900s, we've actually expanded our operation over five continents. Yeah, a truly global operation. But that also means that we are now in Indonesia as well. Yeah, and we started in Indonesia in 1989, where we manufacture our own DT products here. DT is the material that you will see later will be shaped into the gabions and the mattresses that some of you may have seen before. Being produced locally, the products have earned a TKDN certificate, TKDN. Yeah, that's to comply with the president's mandate that we have to use locally made products. Yeah. Now, more than the wire mesh products, just so everyone can see, these are the kind of a lot of all these things are what we do. But today, of course, we will focus on hydraulic structures. And who are we today? First of all, a global partner committed in delivering engineered solutions that are innovative, advanced, and environmentally friendly. Yeah. Sorry. Just to show you, this means that in looking at sustainability, we look into more than just the safety, durability, and of the structures, but also looking at the environmental, social, and economic aspects. We always engineer our solutions while keeping the sustainability goals in mind. You know. In addition to being environmentally friendly, using site-worn materials also help in reducing time and cost of a project. Project installation also often make use of local labor to promote the local economy. Now, our commitment, all this sustainability talk and everything, yeah, a lot of people can do the same thing, but we really we show it, right? Our commitment is shown in the EPD certifications that we have for our products. What it is for those of you who doesn't know yet, it's EPD stands for Environmental Product Declaration. It's an independently verified and registered document. So it helps us to communicate transparently all these informations that are comparable between the different solutions and different products to be used in projects. Yeah, and so we can actually see all the information about the life cycle, environmental impact of the products. And you'll see why this is important later. I will show you a comparison that's made possible with because of the EPD. Now let's get started on riverworks. Now, the one who taught me all this, I hope no one gets no one is insulted by this, but the one who taught me all this says hydraulics is not a science. Why? Well, when we design structures in riverworks, we base our choice on theories, but also on experience, on know-how, and on best management practices, assuming that the effects of nature, which is rainfall, flooding, storms, etc., are described by data. Now, this requires our approach to do a risk assessment, analyzing scenarios beyond the data assumed. We can identify three main scenarios in our river engineering practice. First is the planning. This is when the new situation is under design, yeah, new urbanization or rehabilitation of an existing drainage channel, etc. Remediation is like, for example, when riverbanks are subject to potential landslides. We intervene to prevent further rupture and to fix or reprofile an unstable slope. And of course, emergency as well. It's particularly relevant in its promptness and effectiveness to save lives. It has high value because failures may result in loss of human lives. Yeah. Now, river engineering itself requires to start from the location and characteristics of a watercourse. If we are in the mountains or at the foothills, which is the mid-slope, or in the valley, close to river outlet, the three regions will be characterized by different climates, different soils, and by different morphology as well. In the mountainous region, watercourses will be characterized by steep gradients of about 5 to 10%, maybe, with deep erosion frequently characterized by abundant and coarse bed load. Structures used to prevent erosion in these regions are grade control weirs, sometimes combined with secondary longitudinal bank protections. Now, on the mid slopes, gradients become more moderate, about 1 to 5%, and river sections start widening, forming a low flow section, a thalweg, and a berm on the lateral sides, which will overflow during the high floods only. In dry times, sometimes forming small islands or rapids in short reaches. Typical structures may still be gabion weirs with a wider crest, combined with bank protection alongside, and small groins to facilitate sedimentation on curved reaches. Valley regions are the last segment of our river, where the watershed has collected most part of the rainfall volume. Rivers are typically characterized by low gradients, less than 1%, low velocities, less than about 3 meters per second, and large discharges, more than about 1,000 meters cubic per second, and by a tendency to meander. Interventions in this region will be primarily to stabilize the riverbanks on bends or straight reaches, and to favor sedimentation in sections where the meandering tends to progress. I'll speed up a bit, sorry. In designing solutions, we have to also look at the time factor. Yeah? Along with different flood durations, the effects of time will also be crucial during the life of the river, as vegetation will change the flow conveyance in the river section. A correct design shall include an evaluation on how vegetation will affect flow conveyance over time. An example of this is shown in this small channel section where the vegetation has successfully taken over after some years. You can see that here. There are pictures there from 1967, then 76, and then 11 years later. Yeah. You can see the application here. On the right is a retaining structure combined with soil bioengineering to accelerate natural recovery. Yeah. And after 11 years, the banks are totally integrated. Now, solutions for rivers. Erosion protection systems in rivers can be grouped either depending on their direction to the stream, like lengthwise or crosswise, meaning along or across the riverbank to prevent instability, or by conveying the flow as drainage media. Now, eventually as intermediate between longitudinal and transversal to the stream to control meandering by sedimentation. In this first category, we can consider bank protections and bridge abutments. In the second category, we can group river crossings and culvert head walls, as well as special guide bunds, more typical of very large rivers or bridge piers. In the third category, we can group channelized streams or reaches where rivers are canalized due to space constraints. Yeah, it's typical when watercourses cross urban areas. And lastly, in the fourth category, we group large watercourses flowing in plain regions, where the main aspects are to control the meandering effect, having typically using groins. Yeah. Now let us see some important features that the solutions need to have. Yeah. our double twisted mesh products, the gabions and the Reno matrices, which I will show you later, are suitable for river applications for their four main features. Now it's flexibility, filtration and permeability, durability, and environmental compatibility. Yeah. See, this one is important. Rigid structures, although it's resistant to forces, it's not suitable to conform to the soil contours. You know, on the contrary, flexible structures allow the structure to keep contact with the soil underneath, maintaining the protective function over time. Filtration is also very important in river environments, as they allow a natural exchange of water from and to the soil behind and below the structure. And durability as well. In river environment, we shall we all know, yeah, we see a lot of a lot of corrosion happening, you know, but in river environments, we shall guarantee the longest durability, right? Considering the effects of the flowing water on the wire, in the presence of water, international regulations are becoming more restrictive and do not allow metallic coatings only. So that's why we have an additional polymer coating, and it's necessary to provide long life expectancy. This table here shows the assumed values of durability based on experience. Now, and this last one, obviously not the least, yeah, the nature made its course. Yeah, where the old gabions and matrices were installed, we see today just a river with its stable banks, vegetation, stable banks, vegetation, shaded spots, fresh water, local fauna, etc. The ecosystem has pre-established. Gabions is a part of this and continue to work hidden under the nature. Particularly interesting in this example here, a tree has grown through the rocks and steel wire mesh, engulfing the steel and rocks is as part of the trunk. You know, rather difficult to figure out how this could have happened. However, quite logical considering that the tree grew throughout the years, yeah, from a little stem to a tree year after year, finding its way out from the ground under the gabion to the surface, each year expanding and engulfing the stones and rock as a part of it, right? Nature did its course. Now, river applications can be grouped in longitudinal structures, right? Great control structures, inland waterways, reservoirs, and lakes, still along the river course or along a shoreline, but subject to different actions, waves generated by vessels or generated by wind. Now, unfortunately, we only have a limited time today, so we'll focus only on the longitudinal structures. Yeah, you can see here, longitudinal structures for riverbank stabilizations can be grouped in two main application areas: the lining, like blankets or turf reinforcement mats, right? It means roll erosion control products, or Reno matrices, serving the function of surface erosion protection. The second category is for the earth retaining systems, meaning structures addressing two functions, the hydraulic and the geotechnical stability. Here we find gabion walls or MSE Terra mesh system. Each erosion system meets different requirements and should be used when project conditions are suitable. Now, research was done on the Reno mattress to know more of the solution for linings a bit better. Yeah. Just to show you a bit of the history there, some historical landmarks on the development of the Reno mattresses. Yeah, the first ancestor of the modern Reno mattress, developed by Machiavelli, was mentioned in historical books, actually dated early 1910s, over 110 years ago. It is years later, in the early 60s, when Machiavelli developed the Reno mattress as industrially manufactured product. Since their first application, these mattresses have found an interest for being flexible and monolithic structures. However, it's only about 20 years later, in 1984, that mattresses became an engineered system after the first experimental studies by CSU. Standard mattresses are at the time had a single diaphragm partition. I'll show you what that is later, connected to the base panel by a spiral wire. Now, a few years later, in 1990, we decided to industrially improve these mattresses, right, by pleating the base mesh panel in a way to form the vertical partitions, resulting in double wall. And this is important, and I'll show you later why it is. It's such a big change. It seems like a small change, but the effects later on is quite big. And of course, the effect on environment is also quite big. Yeah. Now, the objectives of the new research, right, post us in front of the following challenges, right? CSU has done the previous study in 1984. It's good that they have a water supply coming from a lake upstream from the labs. Yeah, this allows to discharge relatively high flows on their testing flumes for an unequal amount of time, which is why it's good to. It was good that we got to do the study there. They also have nursery farms to grow vegetation in any tested product. This allows to test erosion products at an advanced vegetated state. It was done in 4 steps, yeah, or tasks. Right, the first task, preliminary. It was aimed at analyzing the effect of the flow on the wire mesh and the type of partitions only. To this purpose, the test was performed running the flow on empty matrices. It was to see how much resistance to the flow would the wire mesh alone provide. And then tasks 2 and 3 together combined, always preliminary, were made filling matrices with rocks of different grading and uniformity. Here we combine the presence of different partitions and stones to allow that allowed the test to allow us to test the velocity dissipation through the mattress layer. So there's actually some energy dissipation there as well. Yeah. And task 4 was made on a larger flume, of course. Yeah, and then we were testing different combinations of partitions and stones and all that. Yeah. I'll speed up here a bit more. So you can see the last one, task 4, was aimed at testing the performance limits in a high flow regime. It was made with 3 mattress configurations, 2 with mattresses which is 17 centimeters high, 1 with and without special vertical ties, as shown in the schematic above here. Yeah, and we can see the detail of the partition type made by pleating the wire or the wire mesh. Yeah. And so now we see on the right where it comes together, and it's a lot clearer here as well. Yeah, basically it has 3 main improvements compared to the conventional mattresses. It's the pleating of the mesh, making it more robust. The innovative and much more durable new polymer coating. I mentioned why polymer coating was important earlier. The X ties, right, to firmly and securely connect the lid to the bottom of the mattress. It gives us a bit more rigidity. Yeah. After all that, if that was a bit confusing, sorry, this should summarize everything quite neatly. Yeah. In the past, we had the single diaphragm, which is this color here. Yeah. And then we had the double diaphragms. And then we combine it with the X ties as well. And as you can see here, yeah, the maximum shear stress that they can perform basically. Performance under shear stress is a lot higher because of all the improvements. Yeah, and of course, the thicker it is, the better performance. Yeah. So overall, with all this, after all this research, we now know that there's over 50% increase in performance. But why is this important? Yeah, it's not just selling a product. Yeah, it's important because look, see, it actually lowers the total cost of ownership. And what does it mean? How do we define a total cost of ownership for a bank protection, right? It includes all costs related to a structure over time. They can be split in short-term and long-term costs. In short-term costs, the cost will be for purchasing materials, right? The steel mesh and the stones, and for installing the structure. In long terms, the cost will be direct for maintenance and indirect for integration with the surrounding environment. Using less materials enables faster installation and leading to greener results. and it will meet our target to reduce the total cost of ownership. It's very clear here. On the very left, you can see a normal riprap, normal hydraulic bank protection. Yeah, you can see how much stones you have there, right? And in the middle, you have the standard mattress, right? You can already see a significant reduction of the number of stones, the volume of stones that we have to use, right? And then on the right, you can see with the new innovation, you can actually make it even thinner, which means less materials needs to be used for the same effect, for the same protection. Yeah. Now this graph gives us an indication for the three solutions on the thickness required in relation to the flow, right? It's expressed in shear stress units. We can see that using Reno Mattress Plus, we can bring savings over 70%, right, of the stones when compared to an alternative, and over 50% when compared to just a standard mattress. Right. The reduction in the material needed is what leads to the following. See, this is the second advantage of it. See, of making it making it like this, right? Having the new innovation, making it thinner and thinner, right? It's not just the cost of the stones, but it's basically there's a reduction in the environmental burden, right, compared to the traditional system. The construction of a riverbank protection, the Reno Mattress Plus, the one at the bottom here, right? It generates a very low CO2 emissions compared to riprap or even standard mattress in high flow regimes. The values shown here have been obtained from the EPD. I mentioned the EPD earlier, right? Which is an environmental product declaration. So the EPD is defined by ISO 14025. And it quantifies environmental information on the life cycle of a product to enable comparisons between products fulfilling the same function. The EPD methodology is based on the life cycle assessment tool that follows ISO 14040. Right? And so according to the values provided by the EPD, by increasing the shear stress, hence the flow regime, the thickness of the protection as well as the CO2 emissions increase. Yeah. It is worth mentioning that since Reno mattress enhanced the vegetation growth, it additionally produced a carbon sequestration of 0.46 kilograms CO2 per meter square per year. So it's not just, again, it's not just building a structure, but making sure it's environmentally friendly as well. Yeah, so just to reiterate the benefits of continuous research, even comparing CO2 emissions from a Reno Mattress Plus and a standard mattress, we save in a range of 28% of reduction of stones required for bank protection results into less CO2. We remember earlier that Raymond has informed us of the global risk landscape and showed how water crisis and also biodiversity loss is a real risk and actually has a high impact as well. Now, an additional benefit of Reno Mattress Plus here is the interstitial space between the stones is a preferred habitat actually for many species, enhancing the biological diversity. Yeah, sea stars and various types of fish, even endangered species like seahorses found in Reno mattress find shelter in Reno mattresses. Right. In addition, the growth of vegetation through the mattress will facilitate their integration in the river environment. By observing the natural recovery of the environment as built and after years, we noticed the benefit of the natural integration. By mentioning that Reno mattresses allow living species to find in them a habitat, we also need to mention that benthos organisms, a large community of organisms living near the riverbed who are fundamental elements of the biodiversity chain. Yeah. As mentioned at the beginning, designing the change means that we took on the challenge of achieving a better and more sustainable future for all of us. In line with the UN goals that inspired and motivated all of us in this product. Right. Now, here are some examples of riverbank protections done here at home in Indonesia. After some time, you can see here, after some time, the surface is actually covered with vegetation, even on the walls itself. Yeah. This is a gabion, a terra mesh wall, actually. So with gabion facing with the anchor. And on top, we actually put in an erosion control mat. And you can see the vegetation growing right there. Let's see if we can actually do it with a zoom. You might be able to notice that there was a vegetation growing even on the wall there as well. Yeah. For those interested in the details, this is a cross-section of the drawing of cross-section drawing of what we saw in the previous slide. Yeah, it uses a combination of Rhino mattress down here, gabions, and terra mesh, and geogrids as well. Right. I actually have a video, but because of time, I will skip that. Now, this next one is in Heaven Memorial Park in West Java. You can see that the situation isn't good. Yeah. An intervention was necessary to ensure safety. What we came up with this, the step structure and the way it is designed with Rhino mattress and gabions, right? The energy of the water is dampened and thus the channel is controlled. Yeah, it doesn't hurt that it looks nice as well. I'll skip that one video there. This one is in Indocement's factory in Bogor. Again, another riverbank protection unit using Rhino mattress and gabions. It's nice that there's vegetation here growing as well. This one is in East Java and it's predominantly Rhino mattress. See, what's good about this solutions is that it's easy to do and we can help local economy by employing local labor. This is what it looks like when it's almost finished. Yeah. This one is a bit out of topic since it's not a river, but I just wanted to show you that these solutions can be applied to coastline protections as well. This one is in Aston Hotel in Anyer. I know some of you may be thinking about how long this one will last since it's exposed to seawater, but this one is coated with a special polymer that I was talking about that's been tested, and these tests indicates that it can last up to 120 years. In this last one, they needed to redirect the river and the resulting design is as you can see on the screen. Yeah, the river was running from the back here, needed to be rerouted down here. There's actually a dam right next to it. Yeah. So after some time, vegetation covers it, and to me, this looks like a scene out of Jumanji. So that's it from me. So thank you. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Yeah, thank you, Pak David. Actually, there is no Q&A session, but Pak Toha asked one question. Maybe you can answer for this question. Yeah, regarding how Makaveri managed to obtain materials, rock, stones for the structure for so long. Is there any consequence in the quarry since quarry activities are well known to causes air pollution, loss of land, threatening of underground and surface water?
Sure. I mean, this is a very good question, Pak Toha. Thank you for asking it as well. This is what remember I was talking about how we focus on sustainability in the beginning, right? We look at the different things that. So we try to use site one materials, which means the materials that we can already find on site. Yeah. So at sites where there are no rocks, there are other solutions that we can use that doesn't require rocks. Because we know of obviously the transportation and all this, not only does it cost money, but of course all the CO2 emissions, all the carbon emissions and all that, that's just not, it's not good. So we would avoid it if we can. So in those areas, those examples that you see just now, either because there was no other option, or the contractor insisted on it, or there were already rocks nearby. So it wasn't much of it wasn't difficult to obtain the rocks because we tend to always just try and use the local materials that are available around the projects. I hope that answers your questions, Pak Toha.
Thank you very much, David, for response.
Yeah, thank you once again, Pak David Saputra from Makaveri Indonesia for this insightful session from industry. We believe with innovation and technology, we can preserve our rivers more easily. I return back to the screen to Ibu Sukmarani for the next activity.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anastasia. And many thanks to Mr. Raymond, Mrs. Rita, Mr. Toha, Mr. Taufik, and Mr. David for the session today. Thank you also to our moderators, Miss Anastasia and Miss Bella. Now, it's the time for the reflection session, and Aidiana will lead us to the session. Aidiana, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Sukma, and good afternoon to all participants. After the insightful session from our great speakers, it will be good if we can tell the speakers what we have learned today. So I want to ask all participants to open the www.menti.com site on your device and then enter the code, or you can also directly use the QR code on your screen. Participants are given 5 minutes to answer the question honestly, and the time starts from now on. Thank you. So please to all participants to open the www.menti.com site on your device and then enter the code, or you can the code is on your screen. You can just open the www.menti.com and use the code 952417 and 12.
Okay, because our limited time, thank you to the participants for your enthusiasm for taking these reflections. And I return it to Ibu Sukmarani for the next activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana, for leading the reflection session. And many thanks to the participants who are still enthusiastic about participating this afternoon. Hopefully, this webinar will inspire us to protect our water catchment areas for a better and sustainable future. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to inform you the message from organizer. The first one, we give about 5 minutes to fill out the exit survey to get a certificate by clicking the link in the chat box. Your feedback is very appreciated and useful for us to conduct the next webinar. And the second one, due to a large number of participants, e-certificates will be sent to participants via register email no later than 10 working days from today. If after 10 days, there are participants who have not received the e-certificate, the participant can contact with Sikanet via email to sikanet.org@gmail.com. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for joining our webinar today and actively participating during the session. I am Sukmarani. See you at the event next. Bye.
Manikan di berjoget sama di kotam dia menyanyi sebab mengkar jula-jula, sebab mengkar jula-jula. Seksi batu manikan di berjoget sama di kotam dia menyanyi sebab mengkar jula-jula, sebab mengkar jula-jula. Cuplak-cuplak suang ngeteng kelenter membuka tondong kudel pak empong lerak-lere sopong guyung dele ake sir pong dele kopong sir pong dele kopong. Ampar pisangku belum masak sabigi diurung bari-bari mangga lepok patah kayu bengkok dimakan api apinya cangcurupan.
Bagi Bapak Ibu member dari Sikanet INA dan yang ingin menjadi member, silahkan hadir nanti jam 2 pada link Zoom yang sudah tertera pada chat box. Terima kasih, ditunggu kehadirannya.